Wait. Let me fix this first. There we go. Hi, Zyla. Where am I? The afterlife? I can't see a thing. There's no one here either. But for some reason I feel content. Either way, I better get a move on. A bonfire. Huh? Oh, a new face. You're dressed pretty lightly. Which era are you from? Oh, and now that you're here, you're one of us. Take a seat. You're exhausted, aren't you? Stay on guard. You're suspicious. No need for such a caution, or have you yet shake off those habits you had in life? No one's getting hurt here. Everyone here already concluded their battles. You still wish to stand, then suit yourself. I'm not gonna force you to do anything. Oh, no need to name yourself. No need for that at all anymore. A handshake works off us as a greeting. That's all their rage these days, ain't it? Hey, Sassy Chestnut. I don't know about a handshake. Is that so? How unfortunate. I want to see what the hands of an unblemished warriors looked like. The storm border. Not too shabby for a weapon. Is that thing yours? I like modern weaponry. They are cumbersome, tasteless, and above all else costly. I for one welcome them. After all tools of war should be evolved, just as life does. Though the same doesn't automatically apply to you, the wielder, were your battles really worthy of that weapon? The battles you approve of are the ones I loathe the most. I gotta admit, the purpose behind your battle and the vigor that drives you to the battlefield looks good. But I don't like the way you conduct those battles. Battle without casualties, what a bad joke. There should be an equal amount of casualties from both sides. I won't acknowledge a battle without deaths as a proper battle. Remember this, the reason your side hasn't suffered any casualties yet is not because your battle was well fought. You're just lucky, and luck always finds a way to even out. That skyborne ship, for starters, not a single human within it will survive. There are no warriors on it. They won't make it here after death either. Hold on a second. Does that mean I've acknowledged you as a warrior? I can never tell what Blue's thinking. Oh well. I suppose it's just the usual fluke. No one will survive. You're a restless guy, aren't you? You won't make it to that ship after all, they are still alive. It's currently in freefall from the surface, from the silent Ulakato. Since you're dead, you're worlds apart from it. Do you still wish to reach it, even if you know it is pointless? Yes, even if it's pointless. I see, my impression of you is getting worse, but since we met, I'm obliged to be your guide. I'm willing to show you the way in exchange for your weapons. As you can see, I'm a bit of a modernist, with a particular interest in the firearms of the 21st century. How about it? What would you offer for the sake of your demon companions? Do you possess any worthwhile weapons? I don't have any weapons. Oh no deal then, I can't send you back. You're gonna have to stay here like a good little disease. But there's something I could call a weapon. Giving your command seals to him. You're offering up the whole thing? Well, color me surprised. I can hardly believe what a foolish decision you're making. I salute your resolve. That'll do. I have no use for it, but I can tell that it's your greatest weapon. Well received. I'll first steer away from a fate of death. Step away from the fire. I send you back up right away. Oh, what's that about? No need to thank me with that weepy face. This is a clear-cut deal. It's just business. Ah, there's still one problem though. Hold on. This weapon is worth more than your life. And your decision just now was worth even more. In which case, just bringing you back to life isn't gonna be a fair trade. Here's a little extra. I suppose it'll do. What is that skull? This is Calaveras de Azucar, an irresistible luxury for those who have a craving for it. It might come in handy if you hold on to it so long. Huh? A pit suddenly opened up behind me. Key up. I said wake up, Yuki. Everyone's gonna die at this rate. Sub. You're the only one we can count on. Yuki, sub. Where am I? Whoa, thank goodness you woke up. I'm sorry. I can't take you back to the ship, but I really am glad you're alright. Alright, you probably don't get what I'm going on about. We're in some weird cave right now. The corridor in the storm was breached, and you got hurled outside, Yuki. And yeah, I got hurled outside too, and I held on to you. So we fell together. And by the time I realized, we were already in this cave. And that's the gist of it. What happened to the world of fog? Fog? What are you talking about? We passed out. When we fell, and the next thing I knew, we were here. That aside, why are you whispering? Yeah, about that. Look over there, Yuki. Keep quiet, okay? Director Olga Mori. Oh no, that's a really bad idea, especially when she's asleep. You're just gonna wake her up. Cut it out with the noise. Have you no intention of providing any hospitality to the aristocrat hailing from the far reaches of outer space? And here we're expecting a welcome parade. There's not even a single applause to be heard. Huh? Where the hell are you people? Are you unaware that this is my castle? No, surely they aren't. They would not have entered if they had been. And judging by the fact that they don't appear to have assaulted me while I was in suspended animation, that would imply... I get it, they must be harmless Indios Icariotes. I am not so out of options that I would soil my hands in the blood of earthlings who happen to water in. Hear me. eukaryotes. I am a superior life form, one who has come to rule this planet. I am known as... You're Director Ogamaru, right? Yes, I am Ultra Ogamari. How do you know that? Who are you? Are you not merely some newfound life form? No, more importantly. Who am I? Why am I in a place like this, having a conversation like this? Yuki, could this be... It's amnesia. So to sum it up, Miss Yu is an alien who arrived from outer space. And she knows her name and purpose. But she sustained near fatal injuries in some accident. And now she can't remember everything else at all. Exactly! Some shit organized, Earthling. I wouldn't mind appointing you as my secretary. If I had one nitpick, it's that I didn't arrive. I transitioned to this plane of existence. I created this vessel in order to operate in this space-time. Well made, wouldn't you say? So what about you? What's your name? Of course, the name of that gopher unit there as well. Well, I'm Marine number 4. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm Yuki. Huh? Yuki, you say? See? She's angry. Please don't kill me. I wouldn't kill you for no reason, but it's strange. When I heard the word Yuki, for some reason I felt like slugging him. How inexplicable. Never mind that. Now that we met, we're friends. Disappointing of a friend as he may be. While I may have my own complaints about my first friends on Earth being these two dullards. First contact is to be held in high regard. Meeting the other party halfway is the first step towards dialogue. Now then, give me a tour of the Earth. Yuki Marine, I hereby appoint you as the Interstellar Goodwill Ambassadors. What do we do, Yuki? We aren't getting through to this president at all. So I finally hit the big time. Oh, no need for the outpouring of gratitude. Save it for later. I can tell from your mental wavelengths that you're in a state of distress. Seeing as how I'm here to rule the planet, I can hardly ignore a No.7 being in need. Let's head out together. We'll probably find the exit over there. This is really bad. We're probably getting killed if we don't comply, right? This is just a feeling, but... maybe things will be alright after all. Really? That's really giant. What a really suffocating smell of greenery. This is South American jungle. There's the sky, the breeze, the sun, and it's sweltering. If I were human, I'd be sweating. Come check this out, Yuki. There's this blooming flower I've never seen before. What is this? An egg or something similar? This is so fun. Is something the matter? It's nothing. I just feel like the scenery I've seen before. I must have been familiar with this landscape. I was wondering what glitches I must have suffered to lose even that experience. What else was I supposed to think about? Never mind that. I now understand that gazing upon that which I know will allow me to remember. In which case my function will be restored to normal in no time. Or at least they should be back to how I used to be, sure. I'm sure. More importantly, you really need to pull yourself together. Do you really think you'll make it with that mindset? There's an organism emitting a dangerous wavelength coming from over there. An enemy of yours. It appears to be a savage beast. Irene, get over here. What were you doing just now? Nothing happening. Now she mentioned it. My command spells are gone. What's that gibberish sound? They're using guns on us. You saved us? Thank you, you're really cool. I'm kind of falling for you here. Falling cool? Is that so? Then this one's on the house. Those pushovers are no match for me. We may be early incorrosible life forms. Our objectives may be entirely unaligned. But it is only courteous for sapiens to exchange words first. Looks like someone needs to teach you a lesson. There's no need to hold back. Hit me with all you got. Feels like a 6-star with the rainbow border. And we can't use command spells as well. Since we gave it to Tezukopo. What's your skill? First skills reduce skill down. Second charges. So I think I should use the second skill. So we had to rely on her for now, since we can't summon any servants. More gibberish. Leaving without an apology? Well, now I'm sure those Ikayotes were enemies. So... cool! Well, of course. Who do you think I am? I am Ultra Ogamari, future ruler of Earth. And also, that level is no different than a minor typo in a report. Once I find one figure is all I need. All it takes to fix it. Such an everyday problem, and something you usually overlook. What a folksy metaphor. Oh, it just suddenly came to mind. I probably learned it before I came to Earth. Did I misread the study material? Anyway, let's move on. Oh yeah, Yuki is right. It's dangerous to stay in one place for long. Who knows if there might be a group of them nearby. It doesn't matter how many there are if the hostile organisms are that weak. But that's not the case for you. I suppose you're an organism that can be damaged by physical barrage. Why would the animals of this planet evolve in such a way? There's a Protea Avengers to this. Thank you for your concern, then I'll be your watchman. I can't fight like Captain, but I'm good at this sort of thing. Did you just say watchman? Why not hide meekly behind me? Everyone in the crew has a job to do, I guess. Cosmically speaking, it's awfully tedious. Why not leave everything to the strongest one? And what about you? You stayed out of the previous battle too. Are you another lookout type? You immediately hid behind a tree and assessed the situation, so you seem used to combat. But how much experience do you have operating with such a fragile vessel exactly? Geez, what are you two doing? I see a huge plant over there. It's probably edible. Hurry up, it's gonna be super tasty. What? What is it? Ah, is it more of those guys from before? No, you just suddenly grabbed my hand. Earlier you were reading a red wagyu to me. That means either caution or fear. Why did you suddenly switch to blue for dialogue? And for some reason Yuki has been yellow since the start, for friendship or joy. Oh yeah, you're unsettling, but I came to learn you're not scary. It'd be more fun to work together. Shion and others won't like to hear this, but right now you have my full support, Earth President. You mean you become my support just because of a simple rescue operation? Is this some kind of trap, or that people of Earth really this simple-minded? It really is just like back then. What? Huh? That wasn't me just now. Are they back again? I thought they might eventually come back. They seem like they took things personally. But we're safe with Miss Yu here. Should we really try to talk this time? If you do it right, maybe you'll get more supporters. Hehe, it seems like you're starting to understand me now, child. Yes, I did not come to Earth to exterminate all its primitive life. I got much better things to do. As one who has heard the screams from this planet, I have descended to help improve its management. A dialogue must come first, no matter how furious or barbarous the other party. It's a dinosaur. Cosmic speaking, this is impossible. Hello.
あのあたりね、ちゃんと指導してキラッキラにしてあげる。動かないで身の程を知れ。絶対に逃がさない。この星を滑るものである。ちゃんあのあたりね、ちゃんと指導して。ははははは。では演説中よ、静かになさい。絶対に逃がさない。この
This dinosaur hits like a truck.
このああ、もうあのあたりね、ちゃんとあのあたりね。ギャラクシー演説中よ、静かになさい。では
Yeah, these things freak me out. Retreat, retreat. No wait, the president is scared of reptiles. Sup, I'm changing my vote. Can't everyone have their phobias? Yuki. Get over here and handle this. Don't you have some trump card to use? I've got no command spells. I can't summon anyone. I know this is your first encounter, but can you really not deal with a pack of pharaoh dinos? For the so-called humanity's last master, it is downright pitiful. Or perhaps... Have you grown arrogant after removing 6 Lostbelts? Piling mistakes upon mistakes, such a human folly. You are... Who is this? Do you know him, Yuki? Yeah, Romani Archimed. But it's actually Gaty that's possessing him. Or so he calls himself. My stream's in red. This rarely happens. You are... I don't know if someone's downloading a game or something. That's why my streaming is red. Usually it doesn't go red. Since this game hardly uses a lot of RAM on my PC, which I know someone else is probably using the Wi-Fi heavily today. You're... Someone calling himself Romani Archimed. Yes, you speak the truth. I'll be using that name, if you don't mind the brazenness. It is what inside that counts, a phrase often used by humans. A fake name is just a conversation simplifier. You understand that this container holds someone else. In that case, it does not matter what I name, I assume. It matters. I see a difference of opinion then. You remain as stubborn as ever. I know that you have witnessed the tragedy of Britain. It's core the depths of the most extreme singularity. But there's no indication that you were grievously wounded in the process. Why not call out to your servant? Don't tell me that you're suffering from psychological trauma. There are no opportunities in your mystic code. If there were, there's no way you could survive down here. That is... You subconsciously concealed your right hand. The whole crest where commenced spell was gone. Astonishing, you pawn off your very ability to serve as a master. Yuki, you're no longer a master. In that state, you can never... Against someone's servant, if you want to survive, you'll have to change your strategy. Wait! What? I don't think you have any business with me. Likewise, I have no business with you, as you are now. Can I go see Mash? Unbelievable. For all your lack of power, you know exactly where to aim for. Go south of here to the mountain that looks like a large horn. Mash Curate is inside a cave there. Like the servant with you, she jumped off the storm border in order to save you. The Apostle Holmes may no longer be present, but what you have to do hasn't changed. One more thing, it's quite awkward that I have to say this, but... If mankind is able to excise all 7 Lostbelts, then I will finally acknowledge you as my enemy. Though I expect that won't be the case. You're up against D-Bit, Samvoid. Defeating Ort is impossible for the likes of you. I see, so that was Dr. Roman, or someone who looked just like him. Sorry, everything we know about him comes from the records. I don't know how to react to all that. What about you, Miss Yu? You kind of frozen up. I can't form an opinion. Was that a living being? It had no wavelength whatsoever and completely ignored me. I'm pretty sure he knew you, Ogamari. Huh? Impossible, he didn't even call by my name. More importantly, are you sure this is the right way? He said something about that mountain off in the distance. Oh yeah, that's right, he said Mash was over there. Let's go, Yuki, let's hurry up and get Team Chaldea reassembled. Team Chaldea? How long was Stay in Red? Haha, I'm exhausted. Is this the cave our destination? I'm used to walking, but what was with those people carrying guns? Can't even count how many times we were attacked along the way. Could they be Lostbelt King's underlings? That would make all the pieces fit. They think Chaldea is a threat. We don't know about that yet. Hey, can I ask you something? You've been using some strange term for a while now. Your name is Yuki, right? And yours is Marine. So then who is Chaldea? Are there are other Ikarodis around here? Sorry, let's settle down before we talk. Well, it feels so cool here. There's a light, and even a desk. It is a human living space, plus it's so peaceful and cultured. Look, there's no guns to be found. I'm sure whoever lives here is kind of reasonable. Oh, new visitors. Are you the Chaldean mask that Mr. Romani mentioned? Huh? Did you just hear a voice coming from the wall? Haha, it looks like I surprised you. I will turn off my camouflage now. I like to be alone when I'm in deep thought, so I tend to be subconscious blend into the landscape. Please excuse my rudeness. Oh? Dinosaur, save me! It looks like as though it is their first encounter with a dinos. Please remain calm, guests from proper human history. Could you be certain was it? My name is Tipu. I'm a secluded dinos living in this cave. A prime species of different appearance, but with the same kind of intellect based around environmental learning and memory accumulation. In other words, the humanity of this world. As a general rule, we don't eat other intelligent beings. In addition, we are herbivorous, and as so long as there is water and sunlight, even that isn't necessary. Rest assured, you will not end up in my mouth for the sake of nourishment. Ah yes, let me prepare some refreshment. Mclan is under quite the heat wave at the moment. Perhaps you would like some water. Don't bother, we're just about to leave. Yo, Grand Passeris, we finished pumping the groundwater. What's next? Shall we tidy up those weird statues up out on the mountain? Those are probably used for stargazing habitat. You measure the stars by using instrument engraved with different angles. We've been waiting for you, Master Yuki. The last communication we received from the border said that you were safe, but I'm so glad you were able to find us so soon. I'm really so very glad. I'm sorry for worrying you. So this human is the Chaldea you spoke of. She isn't how I imagined. Not that I mind. Hello Chaldea, I am Ultra Olgamari. As a friendly neighborhood alien, I have brought Yuki to you. Eh? You're Olgamari? Director Olgamari. Ultramari, not your Olgamari. Use my full name, it's only respectful. And don't cut it down to some crass aberration like Miss You or you. You? Alright, I got it out of my system now. I'm very sorry for that previous display of mine. You have nothing to be sorry for, Mash. Anyone would freak out at something like this. I mean, she's an alien god. Alien god. What is that? No, nothing. I clearly understand the situation. You're having a bout of amnesia and you can only remember your name and your purpose. And in spite of that, you still decided to help both Senpai and Marine. We're extremely grateful. Yes, and you should be, if I hadn't been there. I wonder, maybe they would have survived anyway? I get the feeling somehow. Why did you cover up my mouth? She's the alien god, isn't she? We're not calling her that anymore now, have a try. At least Match Emily caught on. More importantly, I want to hear more from Tipu. Could you tell us more about this world? From me. As you see, I'm a bit of a hermit, so I'm not exactly well informed on the current events. But if you don't mind, I would be pleased to be of service to Yuki of proper human history. Thanks to the others, I have some knowledge of proper human history. Yours is the strongest, most correct history, or so I have been told. I also know that our world is something referred to as a Lostbelt. An impossible world, and one that should, by all rights, have been pruned. Then... Yes, the one who told me called himself a Chaldean. It was the most enlightening discussion. Proper human history in Lostbelts, history that should remain, and history that should be removed. I understand their relationship decently enough. In addition, allow me to state this in advance. I do not consider you Chaldeans to be foreign invaders, rather you are my guests. You are not invaders or conquerors who threaten our world or our way of life. I should think of you instead as friends from another world who came here to do what you must. Really, but we are here to bring this world to its end, yes. Have no fear, we Dinos have no interest in the matter. Yours might be an exception, but worlds always end. How that comes about is no concern to us. Therefore, you're not our enemies. You really mean it, but if this world ends, then you'll vanish as... Well, true, but then what? If this world were to disappear because I did, then I will resist. Fortunately, we do not have such a relationship, rather I am more concerned for you. If you were to die, it is your world that will vanish, yes. Your situation is different from ours, and so, as another form of humanity, I support your cause. From now on, please be at ease. Be proud of the path you believe in, the one you choose. Hi, Rico. Humanity, huh? It's vastly different from the humanity I had imagined. You called yourself Dinos compared to Yuki and his friends. You're several above them biologically. Oh, now it's yellow. It's turning back to green now. Yellow. Green. Green. Why is it turning back to red? Damn it. It's getting back better. You call yourself Dinos compared to Yuki and his friends. You're several levels above them biologically. But your voice ticks me off more than anything. How can you have a conversation when your wavelength is completely different? That is the work of Maya, an alteration in cognition applied by this very world. A new culture introduced to our world in past times, courtesy of a gentleman named Krypter. Maya analyzed his language and cognitive standards, then it turned into mutual dialogue was possible. I suppose you could consider a universal translator cast upon the entire world. I see, come to think of it, your vocal cords are completely different from ours, Tipu. So who is this Maya? They sound pretty amazing. Maya's not a person, it is more like a life essence. Collective goodwill, as it called in your world. The sentiment to make the world a better place to live. The source and guiding principle of everything that makes up this underground world, Mictlan. Underground road. Vast cavity that extends underground within a hollow earth. It's different from Argopha, where the ground extends over a horizontal structure. This world is a cylinder, with its gravity pulling towards the inside surface. The overall structure resembles the inside of a space colony, although it isn't rotating. How does gravity remain unchanged? Why is there a sun, water, and breathable atmosphere? What's more to the naked eye? This world appears to be 1,000,000 square kilometers of the open space. The distance to lower level is at least 1,000 kilometers. Geological speaking, that is impossible. Why is that? Yes, as of 2017, the deepest record digged by mankind was only 12 kilometers. And the continental crust where human lives is at most 40 kilometers big. Below that is a mantle, in other words, the exterior of this world is a world of rock and microbes. There might even be magma bluffs. Intriguing, it seems, proper human history environment is completely different from a Lostbelt after all. The name of this world is Mictlan. It is a world of dinos divided into 9 layers. However, it was only given that name recently. It is a word coined by Izakali, the lead Oceloti. Unfortunately, the dinos did not come up with it. Where have I heard that word before? Hey there, good to meet ya. It is a Nahuatl word, come from Central and South America. It means jaguar. They were the lead jaguar warriors of the Aztec Empire and their mythology. They are said to be representation of the war god Tezcatlipoca, or terrifying elementals living in the jungle. Could they be talking about that bunch? The one who attacked us with guns? They wore jaguar masks, right? So you're already encountered them. To think they've made it this far. They appeared alongside Cryptor. Right away to start hunting dinos. For the honor of combat, they are currently building a large city in the 5th layer. Izakali, their leader, seems dead set on wiping us out. They already have claimed the lives of many dinos. They are either captured or beaten to death or deprived of their wits by use of various poisons. Either way, there are a few dinos left living in the wild like myself. Oh, now that I think of it, the Okalome look rather like you people. So their weapons are called guns. How surprising. They appear with the Cryptor. What a savage bunch, but why are they doing this? Are you fighting over territory here in Mictlan? It's not so much about territory as it's about resource. They are after revenue. They strip off our hides, process our bones, and distribute our hearts as treasure. Mine disapproves of such behavior, but they are a cunning bunch who can escape the eyes of the law. Systematic violence organized as a distributor of goods. That's what the Okalmias are. That is just mafia. Is the jungle really so scary? Yes, it sounds exactly like some sort of trafficking ring, if that's the case. Everyone on the border is in danger. Yes, we need to regroup with the storm border as soon as possible. However, their contact 4 hours ago was the last one. We heard from Shion that most of the ship functions are offline and it will take several days to effect repairs. Either way, I'm glad they are safe. Yeah! Can I finally have a word in now? We can pick up the pace now that we met up with Yuki and Marine. The storm border was going down somewhere. To the south of us, probably about 300 kilometers away, if I had to guess. It's now green again. Who knows how many days it would take to get through that sea of trees. We don't have time to waste. The jungle would have been dangerous if it was just smashing myself, but with Yuki here, it's no problemo. If any of those ones loony attack us, you can just summon a serpent to take care of them. If we really need to, you can just pump us some magical energy to blow them away, just with the back barrel. Yeah, about that. You can't summon serpents. Oh, so that is why. I never even noticed. I'm sorry for being such a worthless servant. Right now we need to get to the storm border. By storm border do you mean the flying rock that came down from the heavenly barrier? It fell on the far side of the Chichen Itza. From here you need to cross through the Talaku. You only just arrived, so I can't recommend that. Tippa, what are you doing? Getting dressed up. It has been some time since I went out after all. I trust that you would go even if I stop you. Then you'll need a guide. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Tepu. Tepu the Stargazer. Perhaps it's fate that brought you here. Allow me to show you the way through Mictlan, the golden sea of the trees. That's so huge. It's so hot! So insanely hot outside. The cave, what is it? 58 degrees Celsius. It's even hotter than the desert. I'll have you know, we're the children of the sea. It's definitely hotter than I expected. Although it's so tolerable if you find some shade. Master, is your mystic coat properly regulating your body temperature? I'll be fine, I have some grilled meat. The sun is now at the third layer, so expect this heat to continue for a good while. As the sun resides, the temperature will drop. No need to make haste until then. How about we take a breather here? Rest is essential, even if you're in a hurry. I'll take you up on that. Understood, I agree too. We've been on the move for approximately 2 hours, so let's have a 15-minute break. Okay, I'll go fetch some water then. I can tell there's a river flowing nearby. For someone who's always whining, Marine sure gets the job done. You can't fight. Oh well, give me some metro energy mash. I'll go with Marine and help out if something happens. It's reassuring that even in Lostbelt, they're both the same as always. I hope the same goes for us too. A jungle quite densely packed information, not too shabby. A harsh yet vibrant atmospheric temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, sense. Is this what they call an outpouring of life, from the micro to the macro, suffocating wave of colors? The vibrant color makes me feel like vomiting if I focus on them with my senses. I wonder if you people get what I'm saying. As we speak, I am in a state where something is about to come out of my mouth. Blah. Oh dear, she's sprung up. Director Ogamaru is vomiting some rainbow color stuff. I recommend reducing the sensitivity of your senses until you get used to the environment. Stop rubbing my back, and I've already told you not to call me by that strange name. But I will heed your advice. Lowering the sensitivity is proving quite effective. You said your name was Magic Curate. Are you a human too? The composition of your body is different from Yuki's. Yes, I'm a demi-serpent, a hybrid between a serpent and a human. My body happens to be relatively sturdy, direct. Miss Ultra Ogomari, please feel free to ask me if you need any manual labor done. A demi-serpent. I see. I know what that is. Yes, that. Yep, she has no idea. But well, while I have nothing against you personally, I don't really like the sound of that word. Why don't you think of an alternative name for it? Wait a minute, am I feeling some good vibes here? Are you having fun? If so, I'm so sorry. I'm being chased by this scary dinosaur right now. Miss President, Mash, help me. JP, who is this person? These are dinos whose brains have deteriorated, causing them to lose all intellect. They are neither alive nor dead now. They are like the jungle's malignant termites who prey upon the surrounding animals to convert them into energy. Dialogue won't work here. Either you run or you stop them. No other way around this. Yes, it's time for me to shine, Yuki. Leave it to me, I'll pulverize them. But don't let them get close to me. Mash, I order you to be my shield. Right, with pleasure. Now for open combat. We can actually use Habitat. We can't use our empty.
状況終了。排熱、そして充電に移行しますね、マスター。
A maze field awaited us. Oh, they are huge! Each stalk is about 2 meters tall. Are these edible, Tipu? These aren't meant to be used as food, are they? This is the greatest of trees of the dinos. The ones and only food we eat for pleasure. Having said that, what do you mean by use as fuel, Mary? What do you use maize for in proper human history? Well, I know, if I know, biofuel manufactured from organic matter. But aren't these grains a source of nourishment for eukaryotes? Are Earthlings providing fuel over Earth's natural cycles? No, not quite. They're cultivated differently depending on their intended usage. There's edible maize with their taste and nutritional value maximized via selective breeding, and then there is maize geared towards ethanol production. In recent times, the issue of greenhouse gas emission from maize fields grown for biofuel production has cropped it up. But both these feats can be considered the results of humanity accommodating technology achievements. The development of civilization necessitates the destruction of its own environment. Though I suppose the evolution of a sapient species is but a race to see how far it can go before it devours the planet. You Earthling appears to be on a losing streak, as I feared you were in dire need of a strong leader. Hey, I'm glad our president's in good spirits and all, but have you noticed it, Yuki? It's been 6 hours since we left that cave. We left while the sun was up, didn't we? Isn't that strange? Why isn't the sun setting yet? Now that you mention it. Wouldn't it be the other way around? We should assume that there is no night here. Mictlan is a world underground, a closed structure that folds inwards. The sun doesn't set on the horizon. No, it's not like the sun in our world sets on the horizon either. That's only a figure of speech. But that sun is moving though, moving so bit by bit, right towards the depth of the earth. At that rate, the sunlight in this area will dim and it will turn to night in about 5 hours. This must be what passes a celestial motion in an underground world like Mictlan, where there is neither rotation nor revolution. I don't know where it's being controlled from, but it's something that human technology in the 21st century cannot achieve. Let's ask Tepu. Did you call for me? My deepest apologies for not offering you an explanation, even though I'm supposed to be your guide. Talking with Marine was just so much fun that it slipped in my mind. So what is your question? How Mictlan is structured, solar mechanism, dinos, ecology, life in the city, character, the maze field. I believe these are the things you'd be interested in knowing about. You're right, but if we could take it one step at a time. Senpai, which question would you like to start with? The maze field. We dinos can live off nothing but water and sunlight. But unsatisfied with that alone, we cultivate it to serve as a luxury product. That is what this maze is, a gift from the great sun, the all-purpose food that Maya has made for us. Even in proper history, maize is a grain that holds special significance in South America. In fact, maize was an indispensable source of nutrition in Latin America. To point that it was said to be a gift from the gods, or the gods themselves for being a life-giving food. Now let's get down to business, Senpai. We ought to be asking about Mictlan's structure. Very well, Mictlan's structure it is. Since you seek the Storm Border, this knowledge will be the most essential to you. Hello, woke. It's felt Canadian. Stream may be a bit delayed though. Mictlan may be a jungle on a flat terrain, but the truth is, it's divided into 9 layers. This here is the first layer, Tyolocan, where a precise serves as ceiling leading to the surface. The second layer is the first underworld border, a river without end, where the colossal Ignos dwells, the reporter Tyoloku. The third layer is a great fertile plain, the golden city of Chichen Itza. This feels like a tower. The fourth layer is the second underworld border, a veil, blades of the wind where bones are discarded. The white border is Taku. The fifth layer, the blood vessels of the land, the lake of blood and birds Tula. The sixth layer, the underworld border, the galactic dunes, the thundering gardens of the void, the blue border Huku. The seventh layer, the modest Yukitomo Kamui, the strong Mako observatory. The eighth layer is the fourth underworld border, a sunless underground mountain, the black border Yayahuki. And then we have the ninth layer, at the foot of the Kaiba tree, the land of fear, Chi Baobao. They are of course interconnected, so you can traverse them at will. However, the underworld borders are dangerous, for they are the layers of trials where the dead roam. Furthermore, going any deeper than the 7th layer is considered dangerous even for us dinos. Put simply, this is because the 8th and 9th layer are covered by a fog that brings death to the living. This fog will only clear out when the sun takes its 360 intermission, and it will only take 5 seconds for it to set back in. So it's telling us we died. That's why we were there. To venture down to 9th layer during this period of clearing is known as the underworld pilgrimage. However, not a single dinos has successfully done so. Underworld pilgrimage, Shio. There is however no reason for you to head for the 9th layer, so what I just told you is merely trivia. A certain border likely fell to the bottom of the 3rd layer, near the entrance of the 4th layer. You can get there in 4 seconds, but there is a massive hurdle you need to overcome first. The 2nd layer, Totokuku, the red underworld border, the war god that character brought with him. Tizakatapolka has turned it into a demonic realm, a dreadful world. The war god that the character brought with him. That in other words, the servant summoned by David. And one of the supreme gods for the Aztecs in proper human history, the god of war and sacrifice, Tezcatlipoca. Hehe, Asila. And this is Konglo. Hello, Josana. I see the humanity from proper human history, much like you are Homo sapiens. And there are 6 continents, as well as countless nations. It is cooperative society despite being made up of different races, each having established their own cultures. If we go by your standards, we dinos would be categorized as reptiles. Hello? Your biosphere is on the surface of the planet. You have yet to advance into space, oceans. It's the first time I heard such a word. Great, so something other than the continents exists. Life must be thriving under a condition like those. Are there no aquatic reptiles among the dinos? You ask. Dinos who have adapted to marine life are a rare breed. So there's no sharks. Because life in water causes our skeptical frame to enlarge, causing difficulties when moving on land. Democracy, communism, I have a solid understanding of how politics and society work, and so you can skip the lecture on this topic. Judging from your characteristics, your comprehensive research must have progressed so much in the matter of the stacking zones. Needless to say, you explored your own planet, yet despite lacking the power to take flight, you've been making progress in observing other celestial bodies. Genes, cells, elements, atoms. It's necessary to understand the mystical laws to grasp the vastness of the cosmos. How delightful. It's truly amazing. Human or proper human history. Your chronicle is like a rolling cube that changes patterns with each roll. That's some amazing comprehension. Are you surprised? I felt the same way when I met Tipu back in the cave. If you bring up a topic with him, he'll start talking about the 10 things that comes afterwards. Even something Tipu had no idea about prior, such as laws. We aren't talking about your average exceptional genius here. I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said he has a super brain. You're right. We still don't know a thing about the dinos yet. But were you happen to be a loner, Tipu? Were you living all alone in that cave because you were too smart? Exceptional humans are orchestrated by the herd. I believe your word for it is outcasts. You're spot on. The other dinos and I no longer see eye to eye, so I moved to the remote reaches of the first layer. Dinos never had a first or knowledge to begin with, because we never needed to supplement our bodies with intellect. Homo sapiens are short-lived, vulnerable, and inferior to other species in terms of survivability. As a result, both your bodies and intellect evolved. However, that's not quite the case for dinos like us. You see, Mictlan holds no threat, so there was never a need for us to evolve. If dinosaurs had intellect, they'd be unbeatable. And yet we still know nothing of our world. Your digestive capabilities are awe-inspiring. It's all impossible for us to be omnivorous to that extent. You decompose the toxins in the plant matter, allowing you to extract nutrients from it. You take it for granted, but it's mostly revolutionary. How I invite you. Imagine being able to utilize such a wide variety of plant and organism as food. Really now that you mention it, humanity may have an monopoly on food culture. Bakery would be overjoyed to hear that. Also, thanks for the follow, Kong Lo. She sometimes sulks, saying that she's the only one whose job lacks that oomph. Tipu, if we're not overstepping our bounds here, will you be able to tell us more about the dinos? You still haven't had proper contact with any other than you, so. Then let me explain the dinos' ecology and how it came to be. We dinos are the humans of this Lostbelt, the prime species entrusted with the administration of this world. A long time ago, the origin of Mictlan, our ancestors migrated here from the surface. Our ancestors were beings analogous to the dinosaurs, a proper human history. From what Mesh has told me, dinosaurs are divided into several categories. The aquatic reptiles, Plesiosaura, the avian Pachysauria, and the land-roving Protea, which I heard there are many. For the most part, the dinos belong to the Theropoda. Having said that, Maya has some level of influence on our spawns. So there are always at least some Plesiosaura or Pterosauria class dinos among us. Pterosauria do exist, rare as they may be. I may have used the word outcast earlier. But I was ostracized by the herd due to problems with my conduct. On the other hand, Plesiosaurus and Plesiosaur are labeled as outcasts from birth. With only a few beings carnivores, but dinos are exclusively herbivorous. There's no such thing as a carnivorous dino. Ingesting meat will result in an ability to decompose toxins, causing pain, loss of intellect, and eventually death. The feral dino who attacked you were in such a state. Either they renounced their intellect in the face of death, or they went berserk after being administered poison by the Okoleme. So that's what happened. They were scary, but I feel awful for those dinos. To die in agony and to be forced to consume meat they don't even want on top of that. That's just like zombifying them. Why would the Okoleme do that? They call it the new doctrine, religion, as the people might call it, or should we say a creed. I can tell now that the Okoleme are members of the genus Homo, just like you. They're most likely human. They appeared in the Mictlan out of nowhere and began expanding their territory. Their creed is to offer strong hearts as tribute to their god. And since the dinos are the strongest creature in Mictlan, we invariably became their targets. They have established the city of the Okoleme on the 5th layer, where they ritualistically gouge out hearts from the dinos. Having shared my knowledge with you, I am now able to lay down on the current state of Mictlan. Mictlan is at present in the midst of a civil war between two factions. We dinos are one side. The Golden City with Chichen Itza, ruled by the Dinosaur King and protected by the sun god Kukulkan. And the Okoleme are another. Mexico City, the city of death built by the god of sacrifice, Tezcatlipoca. And the proper human history man who brought the new god along with him, Cryptor. The crash site of the Stormborder, which is your destination, lies halfway between these two cities. Is that where David is? Please wait a minute. I know that the servant summoned by Cryptor by David is a divine spirit from our proper human history. But is there a god in the Dino City too? And Kukulkan at that. Huh? Why did that catch your attention, Mash? Gods being in the Lostbelt isn't anything new, is it? No, Kukulkan is the god of the wind and water from Mayan mythology in proper history. But seeing how the dinos have nothing to do with the mythology of proper human history, it makes no sense that a god bearing that name would be in Mictlan. Oh wait a second. Thought. Mictlan itself is the name of the underworld in Aztec mythology. You mean to say that our world and yours have nothing in common? An understandable point, but the situation couldn't be simpler. Both the name and the concept of the sun god were born recently. You see, we were ignorant of such things. We barely had any verbal exchange prior to Cryptor revival. So even the concept of God is something proper human history introduced to us. Gods did not exist in the world of dinos before David Samvoy came along. A summoning of Tezcatlipoca, a god from proper human history, gave meaning to many a thing. What we used to take for granted became something special, while this act replaced it with Momo. For the first time ever, our world produced stories. Very long text. As expected from a visual novel. I will take my pose first. I have a great deal of new information to digest this cycle. And with that, Tepu went to sleep early. Ultra Ogomari is watching the night sky, about 20 meters from us. Good timing. It's a snub to her, but let's clear things up. Yes, let's talk about how to deal with Ultra Ogomari as well as the future of our operation from here. What are you thinking regarding Ultra Ogomari senpai? The situation is that she's currently suffering from amnesia, only remembering her name and purpose. Ultra Ogomari is a space alien who has come to rule the Earth. She has no other personal memories, only the video records she had watched to understand Earth. She's ignorant about Protea, about the bleaching of Earth, and about her fight with the Stormborder. I don't want us to be enemies, even if she's the alien god. She's been friendly to us these past 12 hours, in which case, if she still doesn't regain her memories, we'll keep quiet for now about her being the alien god. It feels manipulative, but I agree with that. You keep saying over and over that she's ruling the Earth. But nuance is less about dominating humanity and more improving its management. That is different from when she was attacking the Stormborder as an alien god. Bet she was putting up a facade back then, and this is her natural self, so then she at least won't be the enemy if she can't remember that she's an alien god, right? In that case, I'm with you, but you have to promise me one thing. Let's not hold anything back. Hold back anything else. Real friends don't keep each other in the dark about everything. That goes without saying. Miss President. What is it? I've been rather occupied coming up with a presidential astrological sign. Exclusive, that is quite a lot of work. I think it's quite romantic to come up with constellations. The first thing to do when reaching a new celestial body to is play with constellation as a noble prerogative, but no matter. You want to talk, then talk. I'm sure it's a subject that will gratify me. And that's about sums up our background. Servants, Master, Maggie, Chaldea, and the Human Order Installation Singularities. The Bleaching, Earth, Cryptors, Serenity Tree, Proper Human History, Lostbelt, Earth Many Crisis. Now I clearly see the foils of humanity. You have endured so much. Although you did well restoring your future, even if only once. I see you in a better light now, Yuki. Excellent job, Mash. Chaldea is quite the organization. Ensuring a future for the people without them even realizing it. Truly a noble job to perform. Director. What is the meaning of this director talk? Do your kind tend to suffer from bugs that make you spit out nonsense? No, that's not what I should be saying, right? About your whole story, it's a 90 out of 100. I never heard anything more gratifying, but it's a 90. Do you understand why? No, I wouldn't know. Have you ever felt all the way gratified? I mean, it's missing something, you see? Though I can see that the both of you gave your all. But it's missing one piece of the puzzle. It's well crafted, but that one's finishing touch isn't there. It could be even better with one light up filling that hole, though I won't say what would that be. I have no idea who would fit that description. Ah! We lost 10 points for doing it without Ogomari. Humanity is deducted 100 foolishness points from that remark alone. After hearing it, it will help you with your work to save the Earth. Count on me fighting by your side as friends. Alright. Well, it seems to be getting late despite our glad enthusiasm. I think it's time we get into our sleeping bags. Tibu said that the sun should take about half the daytime hours to arrive. A rough conversion of that interval ought to be about 12 hours. So after 7 hours of solid rest, we'll leave the maize field while it's still night. Count on me to keep a lookout at night. You can all sleep in peace. Thanks, Marine. What a vexing state of affairs this has become. The next chapter. It looks 3D when you move it. Section 3. Now then, Tipu, explain more about these underworld borders. The underworld borders are anomalous zones within Mictlan, places where the magnetic field is so warped that the blessing mind cannot register. I say magnetic field, but they are more accurately dimensional distortions. There were once places where mindless dinos would wander about, but since the arrival of Tezcatlipoca, the underworld becomes a place where the dead are compelled to face trials in order to reach a complete death. Without having recognized the trials as being surmounted, the underworld borders will be impossibly hellish to traverse. It is dependent on your respective state of mind in that sense. I see. As long as you pass through once, you conquered the trial, and so you won't be in danger again. Since this is our first ever visit, it must mean that the underworld borders will be very challenging places. This may be a silly question, but Tipu, have you crossed them before? Yes, the first underworld is a relatively simple trial. I was surmounted as far as the third underworld. By the way, you mentioned last night that there are colossal ignas in the first underworld. Would one happen to be named the Shochikono? Oh, do you know of it, Mash? Does proper human history have a similar underworld? It does. Mictlan refers to an underworld of Aztec mythology in proper human history. Aztec mythology had worlds representing the heavens, the earth, and the underground. There's a 13-layer heavenly world of the gods, the earthly world inhabited by humans, and a 9-layer underworld stretching under the ground. This underworld is called Mictlan. Humans who died natural cause and not death in battle descended through the 9 layers of Mictlan. After surmounting various trials, they would face their own lives at the lowest layer, Chiko no Ho-Loen, and return their souls to nature. The Aztec civilization had one of the cruelest societies in human history, where sacrifice, slavery, and constant warfare. But at its roots was harmony with nature and gratitude towards the gods and the world. I understand that the same kind of faith in gods was important within Mictlan. But in regards to empathizing the harmony with nature, I would hypothesize that the world shares the same roots. I see, a Mictlan in the proper human history, and the Shokano was there as well. Yes, in the first underworld layer of Izukulen, we're nearing the enormous Apano-Hoa-Kalohua River. The dead had to be kept from being devoured by the great Shochikuno Iguna by asking help from the hairless dog. That is how it said the river is crossed. And what is a dog? It is an awesome animal. It's hard to describe, but I'll draw a picture later. Thank you, Marie, but I was supposed. It's an animal along these lines. Well, how do you know? And your sketch looks so good too. Such power of imagination. No study. You're already a scholar of proper human history, Tepu. Yes, I should like to learn all that I can. Your history is the most dreadful one, yet equally fascinating at the same time. The Mictlan of proper human history and the Mictlan of this Lostbelt. The humans of proper human history live above ground, while the dinos live under the surface. Now, why is that? Your dino kind is not composed of the souls. That is most likely because the surface of our world is no longer a hospitable environment for living creatures. Long ago, a meteorite plummeted from the space and burned the ground to ashes. We escaped the underground and bred in the Mictlan created by Maya. We shall now return to the vase that still burns above ground. Wastes that still burn. Even a meteorite impact set. Hot winds sweep fire across the entire surface. Wouldn't the world have already recovered after 10,000 years? How can this planet be so unmotivated? Never mind that trivialities. There are more important matters. Hey Tepu, and the rest of you at that. What do you know about Ort? Ort was it? I never heard such a utterance. What of the others? To be completely honest, one of our objectives concerns Ort. There is an organism by that name in the proper human history, and Kata came to South America Lostbelt in order to reach it before anyone else could, but now? Or urgent things have kind of cropped up. Finding our way back to Stormbird is the top priority, then comes following the bleaching of Earth, yes indeed. True, there's no time to waste looking for so strange a creature. I'm in full agreement. And besides, you have me with you. I have all the firepower you need. Then, are you not in search of Ultra Ogomari? Why would I be? Can't I at least ask when it's one of the few terms I still recall? Well, now that you mention it, I feel like I was searching for it. I guess it doesn't seem to matter. Don't sweat the details. After all, I'm quite fond of the invisible creatures. Pursuing a minimal doubt would be unkind to minimal lies. Yeah, that is for the best. I can hear running water. We'll be at the river soon. Alright, Captain Marine is first to arrive. I try to name, we'll cruise the rivers of the jungles with ease. Can you even consider this a river? Looks like waterfall too, instead though. No way, even all 2,000 of us Marines at full strength will fail to cross. But it's so majestic that my move won't sour. This is a huge waterfall and so refreshing. Yeah, not even in the fairy kingdom can you find such a sprawling scenery. South American mythology is really quite something. The grandeur of nature is like night and day in comparison. Yes, just like how the Guiana Highlands in South America are the last unexplored region of the earth. And Tibo was about to cross such a massive waterfall, wasn't he? It wouldn't be an overstatement to say his leg strength and exploratory ability are of superhuman level. I'm dying to learn more. For starters, what route did you take in order to cross? Oh yes, I believe I crossed it that maybe. Mr. Tepu. Super Tepu. No, I know nothing of that. Help, what's going on? I'm scared. Begging your pardon. This is not the same river I crossed it. The river was vast, but not nearly this degree. Is this the manner of landscape that you imagine, Yukimash? No. Then the cause for this is not your differing states of mind. I should think the arrival of Chaldea gave way to changes in the underworld borders, much as character had. Would that be the most logical conclusion? No, that aside. What aside? What a thrilling spectacle this is. If only my fellows could see such a sunburst watering hole. Save your excitement, Tepu Marine. You keep behind me. Something's coming from the basis of the waterfall. It must be the giant Iguna. Mash and I will deal with it. With Habriiel as a non-combat escort, I'll clear you two. Habriiel me? Yes, I'm ready. Please call me Ogamari.
System all check. 大丈夫ですから。マスター、言うことがあるでしょ。演説の時来たわね。内撃衝撃弾、内撃衝撃弾、体がついてきた。セット。はい。ちゃんと指導して。照準。捉えました。キラッキラにしてあげる。演説中よ。静かになさい。
Oh, that's like 4 waves.
前に出ます。はい、ちゃんと指導して。照準、捉えました。動かないで。ははは。
2 more left, but there's still a second wave.
言うことがあるでしょ。もう辺りね。ちゃんと指導して。ははは。身の程を知れ。動かないで。 示弾前に出ます。はい照準トライブーストストライクバーニャ突撃します。確実にこのパラドクスエフェクターセット。演説の時にこの星を滑るものである。ちゃんと指導して。ああもうあの辺りね。演説中よ静かになさい。デュワッデュワッ絶対に逃がさない。
Still not enough to break the bar. Mash doesn't die.
以前のようには神明凍結展開。これは多くの後多くの願いを受けた幻想の城。こうせよモールだ。やめろさキラッキラにしてあげる。照準捉えました。オルトナウス
Grab mash.
演説の時来たわね。ああもうあのあたちゃんと指導して。知っているかしら。動かないで。演説中よ静かになさい。1兆分の1になる。このあのちゃんと指導して。ああもうギャラクシーじゃ身の程を知れ。絶対に逃がさない。拍手は必要ないわ。私への信頼と尊敬は今後の行動で示しなさい。
Despite the surprise attack, you guys crushed it. Mash and the president are both super awesome. Thank you. Mash is best koi after all. Thank you, but it was all because of Ogamari was on the offense. Good work, you guys. Looks like I didn't even need to lend a hand. But you might be getting a little overprotective, Yuki. Is a full-fledged master after all. So long as he keeps his distance, he can defend himself and keep his eye on the battle at the same time. Have a little faith, eh? Oh, well, it's commendable you can do that much. But as it won't for Yuki's sake just now, I did for you and Mash, Habriiel. Habriiel, when you materialize, you're using the energy stored in Mash's shield. That can only replenish on the Sternborder, right? Then you need to conserve it while you can, plus my senses aren't omnidirectional. I may be the strongest, but I'm not all-powerful. If Mash ends up isolated, you'll have to be your support. Do you understand, Habriiel? Is that so? Guess I'll take you at your word, Ogamari. If Mash gets into a pinch, I'll pop out. So that's how it is. That was just a figure of speech. You are about as important as a single fragment of particular shining rock. Anyway, we should beat up that giant Iguna. What's next, if you don't tell me we have to swim across? Oh, I cannot swim. Last time I was here, I cut down trees in order to make a raft, but such thing won't take us very far this time around. Yeah, this time There are cascades we can't traverse, and more importantly, it's too vast. It wouldn't be much of an exploration to call this an ocean. Oh, you mentioned that word earlier in the maze field. Would this ocean be such a large body of water? Yeah, it's a huge, super vast world of water. Our home's full of adventure, romance, and wonder. I can't wait to tell you all about it. I very much look forward to that. You have a most wonderful way of viewing the world around you. Unfortunately, we can't be caught up in the view right now. Crossing the expanse by foot or raft seems impossible. What do you think, Master? If only I could summon a heroic spirit that can fly. Noah, Moses, or perhaps Icarus or Sinbad. Any one of them would definitely have a no phantasm to get us safely over a rift like this. But at present, Master is unable to summon for some reason. With our current party, it wouldn't matter. Even if you could summon, doesn't matter if they could swim, sail, or fly. Don't let your eyes deceive you. If we wanted the mythological approach, it would have to be a serpent tied somehow to the underworld. Oh, that's it. Director, that's why you're a Caudius. Caudius what? No, like Caudius wise, knowledgeable grandma. Are you calling me an old lady? Did you say Caudia just now? I hope I didn't just mishear you. It'd be great if you really did. But if I didn't mishear, I'll probably get in trouble. They'll be really mean to me, so... What? You're stunned. So I'll crush you all first, okay? I'll do it really quick. That way it won't hurt or be scary, okay? Where did she come from? King Protea. Weird to find King Protea this early. She's a tank. Oh, she's so tanky.
排熱、そして充電に移行しますね、マスター。
The next one's gonna be hard. I did it again. I'm sorry I scared you. I thought you had to be the bad guys who sunk the storm border. But you are the master cadet, aren't you? Do you know me? Of course I do. Marie, so it is you, Yuki. King Protea has been summoned with a big boom. It's good to be with you again. What are you talking so friendly for? You're not dangerous, don't tell me you're an ally. Are there really servants like this? I was surprised myself, but yes, Protea isn't exhibiting any signs of hostility. Master seems to be acquainted with her. She completed an introduction with all courtesies. It's a pleasure to meet you, Protea. Right, I get it. The servants we've been summoning on the border. There were 3 more units slated beside Nitocris. Weren't you one of those, Protea? Yes, Marie, that's right. I'm part of the Chaldea's helpful servant quartet. And while I thought I could lend Chaldea a hand as a servant of proper human history, I woke up in this river with nobody around, and the bats making so much noises. I was too anxious to move around, and then I heard all of you talking. Hehe, I'm glad I had the courage to get to my feet. I know it gave you a scare, but despite that, we're all together again. I'll be in your care for him here, Master. It's good to have you, Protea. Well, if Yuki and others don't mind, then it's fine. What sort of heroic spirit are you? There shouldn't be such a class as alter ego in proper human history. You mean me? I'm a servant formed from the amalgamation of essence from multiple goddesses, and an aspect of my mother personality. The goddess forming that essence are Earth Mother Goddesses. Plus, there are the divine beasts Airavata and... Huh? Something else is mixed in. How strange. What could it be? Ah, Airavata is a tale from Indian mythology. Then it's the same Airavata that was created by the churning the ocean of milk. Yes, when the gods had declined, the world lost its vitality and became a world of death. In order to restore the world, the troubled Devas teamed up with the Asuras, the opposing deities, and together performed the ritual to revive the world. That was the churning of the ocean of milk, a great undertaking to change the world's color from dead to alive. The gods threw everything in the world into the ocean of milk and churned it to produce Emerata, the nectar of immortality. In the process, a white elephant called Airavata was born, a graceful elephant swimming in the ocean of milk. A world having lost vitality, mixing death to give birth to life. From a different perspective, that would make it an incident set in the underworld. That's right, Protea has the trait for not crossing ocean of life, also those of death. By extension, I get it, we can have Protea cure us. She's big enough for us all to ride. Now calling her big is uncalled for, Marine. That can be hurtful even if you mean well. You're right, I'm sorry, as punishment I'll make this one myself sob. No, that's okay, I'm glad to hear you say it. But it could be the raft that carries you all across the river. Was that what you wanted, Yuki? Can I ask you to do that, Protea? Ray, please leave it to me, though I worry whether I can be gentle since I'm a giant monster. I never played such a major role before. I'll do my very best. You're fast. You're a real good swimmer, Protea. You give the captain a run for his money back when he was a merman. Well, another cascade 200 meters ahead. Oh gosh, what are we gonna do, Protea? And you jumped effortlessly right over it. Not even Thanatos is capable of a maneuver like this. Marine is playing houseman on top of Protea's head. Proteus and the High Pursuer too. I suppose the denizens of the seas get along well one another. I'm glad she seems to be having fun. Yes, she's swimming gracefully yet boldly at times. She's practically radiant joy. Still, as a surprise, I never thought she'd be able to cure us all. I see King Protea is capable of changing her size at will. She was towering over us earlier, but I hadn't imagined she could grow large enough for us to fit in the palm of her hand. But why is Ogre on her own up in the air? There's plenty of space here. Don't be rude to this. I have no intention of standing atop the palm of such a peculiar servant. It is a trifling matter for me to hover in the air. I see establish a gravitational field on her shoulders, and voila. I see, so it's like being told. No waste of energy, you truly are the president of an energy efficient era. I don't know whether that's a compliment or a complaint. You should revise that remark of yours. I'm sorry, I was just caught up in the happiness of being together with you, Director, and... I can tell from your color that you meant no harm by it. There's no need to revise anything. We're almost halfway there. Through. Are you scared or are you hurt? I did my best not to rock you too much, but this river has a strong current. It's the most fun I ever had. Thank goodness. I was an ego who could only destroy, but now I'm useful to you all of you. Thank you so much for having faith in someone as big as me. Master Korea, once we reach to the shore, may I? Huh? Protea. Protea. No way, Protea got slashes in the back. Oh gosh, first aid. We need to apply first aid. Oh no, I don't have any healing skills, so I'm sorry for not being nurse. Something's there. I can't see it, but something's... No, if I sink here, everyone's going to drown. I have to stay strong. Hold on, Ira. I'll put you down on the nearest shore. It's the least I can do. We're down now. That smile on her face. Unsightly, how unsightly. A path opened up by that which was meant to be an obstacle, a betrayal, in other words. A betrayal calls for death. I call for death. Then I will have to kill her. She will have to perish in this underworld. Welcome, monkeys. Those who have made a bid for the underworld pilgrimage. I shall receive you, and I shall accept you. New sacrifice of blood now dwells in tedious Mictlan. And now it's time to carve this phrase into your memories. Behold, the bringer of death, the king of the underworld. The wings that reap the heads of the living, the eminence of Kamazotz. You did that to Protea. Protea, oh you mean her, I see, so you like to know. Very well, then. Then you shall have it, unlike Tizakata La Polka, Kamazotz abounds with generosity. However, very unpalatable. I suppose quality is key. One bite's enough. I learned that lesson, priest of Chaldea. The blood of a servant has a sour taste to it. It's not something you should drink out of curiosity. Get out of our way. Yeah, very well, I will do just that. I want us to be friends after all. We should be seeing each other a lot. But hold on a minute. Give my wings a break here. Heavy labor is ill-suited for a king. Kamazotz, the blood-sucking bat god, a menacing dweller of the underworld from Mayan mythology. And if you're calling yourself by that name, then you must be. You bet. I'm no dinos. I'm a creature straight up of mythology. I'm just like the lot of you. You there, priest. I'm talking to you, boy. You're just like that so-called cryptor, aren't you? If you're intent on undertaking the underworld pilgrimage, then you best remember my name. Just like that crazed cryptor. Are you talking about David Semvoid? Indeed. He is your enemy. You will complete and interfere with one another, each polishing louder soul. Alas, only one of you will survive in the end. I am really looking forward to that. Oh yes, I was going to behead you here and taste that blood of yours. But that look of anger on your face, how interesting, how comical, how funny, and how amusing. Hee. I'll see more of that, I really do. This tip befits the monkeys here, who have directed his anger at me. Come forth, O black Chokchokuna. Heed the commandment of this command spell. I will have the guardian take care of you lot. It's kill or to be killed. Choose whichever one you'll enjoy, boy of Chaldea. That's the trick of a surviving Mictlan. Was that my command spell just now? The signal of individual claiming to be Kamazotz has disappeared. However, I confirm the presence of another powerful magical engine signal. Something's rising from beneath the cliff 40 meters below us. Be careful, everyone. The waterfall's turning red. King Protea. Gosh, what are we gonna do? Protea's really out for blood. She's definitely being in control, but I don't want to fight her. I get it, but we got no choice. With that size of hers, she'll catch us immediately even if we run for it. We can either beat her or we run, so we're going to have to hit her hard either way. Yuki Mash, fire the black barrel without the dead counter. We should at least be able to scare her off. Focus on surviving over all else. Master, please prepare for combat. We'll neutralize the hostile colossal servant. Says I had to use her MP twice. Hello, Buncho Icy. This fired twice though. No way. She actually ate 2 shots from the black barrel and kept coming. She's stronger than the president. I hate to admit it. Oh damn, why am I so weak? We should withdraw in any case. Now she won't be able to see us in the jungle. If we're unlucky, we'll be trampled, but it's preferable to be crushed here. Here, make for the jungle. Oh, it's stopping. Protea just pounding the ground. Indiscriminately. I can't take it. We're gonna die. Hush, Marine. Kawazatz called her the Shokutono. If she is the guardian of the underworld, she cannot leave the river to pursue us into the thick of the jungle. We just need a spot of good luck to help us retreat to a safe refuge. Then it's a child's play. As a matter of fact, my luck is galactic tier. Show me a 99% win rate raffle, and I'm certain to get the 100% loss. That's actually bad. Why did it get so dark out of us all of a sudden? Director Okamari, slow. Let us have a strategy meeting. Coming back uninjured from being squished like a pancake is... Yep, I don't even know what to think about it. Is there any way to beat you? Changing the subject. We were in danger of annihilation, but everyone made it safely. That's the best outcome. Yeah, but there's a bigger problem at hand. I don't know what we can do about Protea. Our voice couldn't get through to her. Even the river gone all sinister-like. That's from Protea's bleeding. It's been overflowing from the wound on her back when she was cut. I slipped it through the air mid-air, tried to take advantage, but it hasn't slowed her down or show signs of stopping. Not even in chronic distress. She might lack a sense of pain. I don't understand these mythological beings. That must be a state where she can't make a sound, no matter how much blood she loses. Let's catch Kamazots and bring her back to normal. I'd do that myself if I could. That crew thing is nowhere within 50 kilometers. It's nothing if not swift. This has become most troubling. With Protea's help, we were able to advance halfway across the Great River, yet now she has become an obstacle. It will be impossible to cross the first underworld like this, not unless we get rid of Protea. Then you mean that we should kill her? That is one option, however, it was just recently proven to be difficult. We presently have no means to neutralize Protea, so we must either move forward while hidden away or... Could you look away from me for the next part, if you please? Or do we continue to be standby? Miss you said that Protea is bleeding out. Then she will eventually expire. We can wait for her to disappear before moving onwards. That's bullshit. No, Tipu, you jerk! Why would you say something so awful? If you're so bad, Protea, we need to save her. Marine autonomous cuts deep. Everyone, hear me out. Wait a minute, there are footsteps. Someone is coming this way. Who's there? Merry Christmas to all. He actually says Merry Christmas. Is there anything troubling you? If you won't begrudge a passing priest, I would be happy to offer advice. Father Kotomini. I thank you, young boy, for saving me the trouble of introducing myself to your new friends. Be it Rasputin or Father Kotomini, call me whatever you please. Still, to think I would run into you while searching for someone myself, could this also be divine providence? Indeed, I understand your situation, there's no need to explain. You're breaking through this first underworld in order to reach your stern border. But you need to retreat from the underworld, Guardian. Have I missed anything? No, you got it right, but why intervene? True, our relationship is adversarial. Therefore, we must assume you're here to thwart our attempt to cut down the fantasy tree. Calm down. You appear to be under the wrong impression. I suffered greatly at the hands of the other apostle. I despise violence, as the clergymen do. Rest assured, I appeared before you with a different objective this time. As I said, I'm searching for someone. I would prefer not to resort to hostilities. As it happens, I have found who I am looking for. To think you be in such a place, my lady, I have come to bring you home. I was most concerned when you fell to the ground, but it's quite a relief to see your priceless form unblemished. Now let's both return to our Earth Supervision Office, the Great Majestic House. Much in the way of work, study material, and pleasurable diversion awaits you there. Who is this weirdo? As ever, your bars cut me to that quick. I am Rasputin, your faithful butler. Surely you have not forgotten me. Do excuse me, I was taken aback by my lady's open-heartedness. I couldn't help myself. You need not to remember a name, if it pleases you. Just water will do, for now. What's important to know that I am my lady's humble attendant. I exist solely for her sake. You understand that, do you not? True, I can't remember at all, but I know you aren't lying to me. A blue so deep and dark. It's almost black. This shade tells me everything I need to know. It seems like you really are my servant. Are you serious? You're not at least suspicious about this guy? You need to be a lot more careful when you have amnesia, otherwise you're gonna get scammed. It would be more suspicious if someone of my station didn't have a butler. I can't be fooled. Quite so, my lady. You may have lost your memories, but your spirit remains as strong as ever. What are you after, Rasputin? Your cheap precision won't win over our wise Ogomari. What exactly are you scheming, Father Kotomini? There's no need for such confrontation. A dialogue is the basis for all relationships. I remind you, these circumstances are as surprising to me as to you. I came to look for my lady, only to find she has made some amusing new friends. Personally, I would very much like her to recall her position and terminate this current relationship of yours. Huh? You want me to be a president who goes back on her words? I said I would give my assistance to Yuki Mash in this Kalia organization of theirs. I don't plan to part ways with them until we reach their stern borders, at the very least. Olga Mari, thank you very much. I see, then I have no choice. I will have to accompany my lady as well. If she wishes to grace this Chaldea with her assistance, then I must do likewise. However, as you can see, I am but a powerless priest. I cannot assist you in your battles. You expect me to believe that? It's no lie, I am merely a butler. Is that not more convenient for you anyway? He has a point. If we say he's impossible with the alien god, then Olga Mari is certain to put together exactly what the alien god is. In her current state, there is no way of knowing what will happen if she learns the truth. The only way to keep things as they are now is to invite him along as her butler. How pleasant that we are able to find an understanding. I shall even sort not to influence the young mistress. I'm not so starved for entertainment that I would scatter the dreams of friendship that have taken root in the underground. I get that much. But do you know how she ended up like this? Well, can I imagine any circumstance that lady lacking any rival on this planet could have come to lose her memories? Indeed, I cannot imagine incidentally. May I ask a question of you as well, not out of any great interest, but as a fellow colleague. What were Limbo's last moment like? Limbo's last moment? I wouldn't know, senpai. He got what was coming to him. Very well, pretend I never asked. On to the strategy meeting then. Ladies and gentlemen. We need to attack this Shokokuno, this guardian of the underworld. I will lend what insight I can. As it happens, I have a bit of experience with exorcism. Do you say exorcism, Father Kamui? Nay. Yes, that servant has been possessed by an evil spirit. That man should make it obvious. I believe they call it Calavera in Mexico. I can sense a powerful divine spirit from it. The servant will most likely return to her senses should the mask be removed. I cannot guarantee she will return to her original state, however. What's that supposed to mean? Those who become guardians of the underworld are bound to never leave it. It's a test for the living to escape the underworld, and a test for the dead to descend further into the underworld. So the guardians are forbidden from leaving their posts. Is that what you're trying to say? Is this a new rule established by the gods of the proper human history? Yes, you're quite wise, Teipu. A god has most likely decreed it so. However, this also grants you an opportunity. The underworld border has had proper human history superimposed on it. It's both of the Lostbelts and not of the Lostbelt can you measure the level of human order foundation veil with a machine mash. I can, but wait, it's fluctuating. What does this mean? We're in both a compiled event and a pruned event. All possible past, present, and future are acceptable, you could say. As long as you have the magical energy, you could summon as many heroic spirits connected to Korea as you like here. Even alternate possibilities are achievable here, about temporarily. For example, if there was a heroic spirit that an A version of you had no knowledge of, you could summon them as long as another B version of you had encountered them before. Be that it may, there's a limit to the number of summons a magus can perform on their own. That goes without saying. However, you could summon them by the hundreds using the Stormborder's engine. Much like you tried to do in Tunguska. You know about that? Well, dropping the name, did you get you to loosen your lips? I insisted that would be your last strategical resort. You're honest to a fault, Mash. If only Katok were more like you. That should be enough of an explanation. Feel free to summon as you please. It must be possible to defeat Sokutuna by calling on servants that you can reason. Very simple abilities for the task. But Father, Yuki has been unable to call his heroic spirit since coming to Mictlan. I'm very sorry, but your strategy is impossible. So it seems your command spell has been lost, and you're now being used by Kamazots. Where did you lose them, Yuki? I can't remember. It was a really strange place. I see, a world shrouded in mist, and a deal to come back. I understand your situation. You managed to escape death using them as a collateral. Now they are in possession of Kamazots. I can see now how you made Kim turn into an altar. She must have been a servant with whom you conjured in another time and space. This is a directive made by your command spells to become a guardian of the underworld would have succeeded. Note that Protea turned out this way because she believed in the command spell had been from Master. Most likely, she would not have really offered up her spiritual core otherwise. That's the closest she has to a soul. But this isn't the most important detail. In order to return life, it's known that Yuki offered up his command spells. But this is the underworld border, not the realm of the living. Logically, what would follow? I see. As long as he is in the underworld, the contract exchanging command spells for returning to life is not yet closed. As he has not yet come back to life, we can call the contract null and void. Will you care for a cup of Zavaraka later, Tepu? You're quite astute. I get it. After entering the first underworld, we thought even trying to summon would be a waste of energy. Wanna try, Yuki? Okay. That would do, as long as you're aware that you can summon. The rest is a matter of your strategy. There's a limit on how many you can summon alone. You would do well carefully consider your team. So long as the servants you choose are fitting, defeating Shikochuno should be simple. Such a gloomy face. Why such a clouded expression when the path to victory is clear? Well, that is. I certainly understand. My proposal was to defeat Shikochuno, not King Protea. As much as I am the mad monk, Rasputin, I am also the temper for immortality, and an exceedingly malicious presbyter. If you manage to steal Shikochuno movements, then I can make my move. I'll excise the tumor connected to the syncgraph and attach it to the mask. I am a priest, one who unskilled in combat, but accustomed to opening wounds for treatment. Then you really can save Protea. Whoa, what an amazing butler. Of course, any butler in my service ought to be able to do this much. You talk a big game for someone who can't remember who she is, but I love that you're here for us. Now then, begin choosing your servants. The enemy is a high servant, whose syncgraph is a colossal Iguno Chochukuno has been added. Guardian of the Great River, a giant of defense. To match, her strength declining like a disease from the death mask. Master Yugi, your knowledge and judgment will now be put to the test. Gotta shuffle my party. Master, Team Skull, Mass Exorcist is in position. I do my part to toss water Kutumi up to Protea's mask. And I'm in charge of controlling Protea's course, preventing her from crashing about and returning to the river and so on. The moment she makes a move Seven can't keep up with, I'll push her right back with my repelling thunderbolts. We'll be rooting for you from a distance. Do your best, team. So Chituno approaches confirmed. Now let's see you overcome the first underworld. Let's do this. I can finally use servants. Level 90. For some reason, Enkidu can deal more damage.
それも的確に分かったよ。呼び起こすは星の息吹、人と共に歩むゆえにエヌマ・エリシュ。えいえい、いいよ、聞かせてよ。えい、
Oh, damn it! I gotta reshuffle again.
示弾装填します。照準捉えました。バーニャ突撃します。確実にやめて逃げて。
君に全チップをかけよう。リラックス。
好き放題扱ってあげましょう。俺示弾装填します。神明凍結展開。これは多くの後、多くの願いを受けた幻想の城。こうせよモールだ。やめろさ。照準捉えました。
さて、タイミングオーバー。
悪魔この私が国家無人清掃の時間です。許しません。降り注げ私を見上げないで。逃げ惑え、逃げ回れ。潰せ、潰れろ。いいで、この私いいでしょう。国家無人許しません。もう降って消えたれ。降り注げ大熱唱。やめて逃げて。やめて逃げて。パラドクサルビルダセット。示弾そ前に出ます。照準捉えました。
切り込む。
My team got shuffled again.
楽園の端にようこそ。
はい。
星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のに通るガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
えい。
示談
的確に
装填します。
切り込む。
どこを切り落とそうか。
さてカウンティングオーバー。
内熱衝撃は装填します。
的確に
ご要望とあらば切り込む。
私を見上げないで。ごめんなさい。
猫の手のがま
熱くなってきたね。それも分かったよ。
目障りなんだろ。
呼び起こす星の息吹。人と共に歩む。ゆえにエヌマエリシュ。
めんどくさい。いいね、最高だ。
幸福勧告？
いいとも隠すなよ。
じゃんじゃじゃーん。見てこの躍動、天を揺るがすエンジン。私守備に走りました。さあ支配してあげましょう。
そう
やめて逃げて。やめて逃げて。
What the heck? Did you just pull heal? That's cheating. Expected state 0.
はち切れそうでしょ。あ、です。シェルターでしたらこちらに。
隠すなよ。
太陽は死せり、大星は来たる。コートホグが良い。大地の流血をも我は泉。流れの
めんどくさい。
あ、これ無理です。やめて逃げて。やめて逃げて。
そうだね、分かったよ。
めんどくさい。いいとも。
分かったよ、的確に行こう。
訂正。
逃げ惑え、逃げ回れ。人間なんてみんな、人間なんてみんな。
熱くなってきた。
なぶって
的確に行こう。
欲しい？
水気が足りませんね。 私を見上げないで。
別に悔しくは。
え、この程度に。
That clock buff is so annoying. Am I supposed to beat her? It executes an infinite regression. That's so annoying. I have to beat her in 7 turns. Like, how's that possible?
それもいいね。そうだね。的確に行こう。呼び起こすは星の息吹。人と共に歩む。故にエヌマ・エリシュ。えい。いい声聞かせて。ごめん。
The infinite. It's saying use a smaller team. This battle will never end. Unless I use like a small party. I think that's the only way to beat this boss. Well, Anki is necessary for this fight though. I just use this one. This will make it better.
さあ、どこを切り落とそうか。
君に全チップをかけよう。頼むぞ。
それもそうだね。
目障りなんだろ。
呼び起こすは星の息吹。人と共に歩む。故にエヌマ・エリシュ。えい。
番ヘドが出る。
はち切れそうでしょ。日向の火薬の匂い。
的確に行こう。そうだね。
欲しい？
えどう？
やめて、逃げて。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。
それも分かった。そうだね。呼び起こすは星の息吹。人と共に歩む。故にエヌマ・エリシュ。えい。いい子聞かせてよ。
やめて、逃げて。
リラックスリラック
的確に行こう。
ス。オーケー。
いいでしょう。
悪いね。
国家20。消えなさい、消えなさい、消えなさい。
猫の
やめて、逃げて。
さあ、どこを切り落とそうか。そうだね。分かったよ。そうだね。いい子聞かせてよ。どうか
目障りなんだろ。いいとも隠すなよ。めんどくさい。ヘラクレス羽虫ども。ベスパーこの辺りかな。
逃げ惑え、逃げ回れ。弱いくせに、弱いくせ。巨人にかなうものですか。
熱くなってきた。そうだね。分かったよ。そうだね。いい子聞かせて。どうか
やめて、逃げて。やめて、逃げて。
な。さあ、どこを切り落とそうか。それも分かって。的確に行こ
This fight was so annoying.
う。呼び起こすは星の息吹。人と共に歩む。故にエヌマ・エリシュ。いい子聞かせてよ。えい。
Are you serious? Still not dead?
的確分かったよ。いい子聞かせてよ。
この痛みは。
やっぱりこんなものか。
Protea movement has been halted. Shiba opposition state 10 seconds remains until regeneration by self-growth. I'll launch you up to the mass fodder Kotomini. I'm in your hands. A soft landing if you please. No scalpel or infinite issue is required. Inserting a finger into the wound and tearing it open is spiritual healing. Agony suffering. On the name of the evil dragon, signifying death, I look upon wellspring of puns. The defilement of death and fevers. From Egu call upon us all, I will scoop out the mud that splashes out into a flood. JP-rKyECtnz. Ugh. Finally defeated King Protea. I thought we were finished. Why is there another one? There's another battle with her? Are you serious? We done it. Protea's skull mask has come off. The operation is a success. Not yet, keep on guard mash. The mask moves around on its own. One more battle, Yuki, I can fight without reservation. It's just a mask. I don't care whether you're guardian of the underworld, but I'm aiming to be chief executive of the earth. I take account on your complete and almost support. She has 3 arts card though. Which is pretty funny. I can't leave out that menu. Be right back. Mirrorcaster JP-rKyECtnz. Let's see, where is her Fortuner? I must bring mash.
敵味方いいわ、まとめてかかってきなさい。言うことがあるでしょ。演説の時来たわね。早書きです。カルウェブそう来たか。仕方ないね。間違えたかな。熱を帯びなさい、マルミアドワーズ。ちゃんと指導して。キラッキラにしてあげる。えい、よい。言うことがあるでしょ。少しだけね。ちゃんと指導して。ああもう。やあやあ、アバロンの風体験ツアーへの参加誠にありがとう。私の顔ばかり見ていていいですか。じゃあ動かないで。あの辺りね。いいとも。じゃあギャラクシー。えい。ちゃんとここにかけて。じゃあそこです。
Broke the mask. Just want to show my sermons.神明凍結展開。これは多くの後、多くの願いを受けた幻想の城。こうせよモールド。そうか。はい。
照準捉えました。
Damn, one shot. This BS. I just have one more.
示弾下がって装填します。照準捉えました。
And we waste one
先に
crystal.
進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
One crystal for that. A stroke of my command spell came back. It seems so. You should consider a provisional case. Your qualification as a summoner and function of your command spells have not returned beyond the underworld's borders. In Mictlan, you should be able to summon 1 or 2 servants. Truly unforgivable. You'll pay for what you've done. No, I should call it unbelievable. Can this really be happening for a giant like me to be defeated by a human? What's more, by such a conceited human summoner, as descendant of myth, this embarrassment must not be allowed to stand. You'll pay. That's right, Protea. Protea. I cannot forgive you, but what happened happened. I was asleep, wasn't I? Fine, it's wasted to undo this altar form, but I'll revert to what you like afterwards. That is all I have to say. There will be payback when we meet next, Master. Ah, was I just saying something? I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble remembering what. No, I was perfectly conscious up to the point where my mask was removed. Was I in particular around the end? Kind of bossy, kind of snobby, kind of like a bad girl? Welcome back, Protea. Yes, I'm back now. When I had the mask on, I was in pain. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't speak. I thought for sure that I'd be exterminated as a monster. But all of you didn't abandon me. You even fought for me. I'm just so very happy.
「日本では鍋の季節らしいですね。なんと沖田さんと信長慣れた頃ほど油断しやすいもの。受け取り忘れにはご注意。
So hot. It got hot the moment we crossed the river. I should go back. I could play with Protea. Oh, are you returning to the first underworld then, Marine? That's a pity. Obviously not Tapu, you jerk. I'm still Yuki's escort. That's just my emotion talking. It's just a joke, more of a complaint. But if you can, Tapu, let me take shelter under your wing. Under my wing, you say? Well, now I suppose it's rather cool in the shade. Tapu and Marine are getting along so well. They're practically father and son. Or maybe not. I shouldn't jump into conclusion. I don't know his age. A father, one half of the genetic information bestowed. I hardly see the merits of raising young from embryos. Makes sense to assign Tapu the father role. In a parent-child framework, I can confirm he's older than all of you. In terms of human age, well, he'd be 90 years old, maybe. That's not father, but grandfatherly. We've been taking such an elderly person, though so extreme a journey. But you haven't done anything bad. That bodily function of dinos don't deteriorate into a near death. That's like, are you really okay with this? You're breaking off from Protea with a little complaint. I still don't understand this summoning system, but was this the only option available? Thank you very much, Protea. Thanks to you, we were able to make it safely through the first underworld. Thank you, Protea. Hehe, despite the major trouble halfway through. That hardly qualifies as trouble. It's just ordinary day in the life of an Ikarodi. Seems like you try to pet a dog on a trip and it bites you. That's just one ordinary life, right? Maybe in Director's own Murray's ordinary life, but best not to speak outright, senpai. Okay, then this is where I have to part ways. Thank you so much, everybody. What? You're going to stay here? Aren't you allies with Katia? Then you should come with us. That cannot be done, my lady. While free from the mask, King Protea cannot leave the underworld border. Because she was made its guardian, she was only allowed to function within the underworld border. And so, she made do without the storm border and without her master Yuki. Yes, I was summoned by the storm border. But I fell into the Mictlan before I could make a contract with Master and connect the paths of our magical energy. I have a big enough magical furnace to be able to move around on my own. That's strange. That Kamazaz was really pushy, trying to pursue me. I'll become a guardian and I will give you power. You met Kamazaz even earlier. That bat. That good for nothing. How insolent he is. Do something, father. Help her resign from this guardian sweet shop. I can do nothing. A disease area can be removed, but this is a matter of her body, her sink wrap. To bring King Protea out of the underworld would require a kind of factory reset. Oh, then if we quickly dismiss her and summon her again at border. I expect you could. It is without accounting for the risk of resummoning King Protea as a divine spirit class servant. It is most unlikely that she could be resummoned. Even if she could be, she won't necessarily be the same. Even if she'll be the same spirit, she'll never be the same as the one in front of you now. Such is fate of severance. I hope that you understand, Lady Ultra Olgamari. How awful. Is this system so unwieldy? Whoever thought it must be out of their mind. Thank you for feeling bad for me. But it's not all that bad, you know? I was designated as Shochikuno and got some weird alter form, but I see here in the first underworld I can stay alive all on my own without a master. So I'll be waiting here for everyone. And if you're ever sent running back with your tails between your legs, then I'll make use of all my power I have. I won't lose, no matter who the enemy is. Whatever happens, alter ego King Protea's Yuki Serpent. There should be a solution at the storm border. I see. I have my reservation about leaving anyone behind, but I won't question your decision. You didn't talk very much with Protea, Tepu, but you're so worried about her. Maybe you've fallen for her. Her horns do look like cool. Not at all. Aquatic animals just tend to be complicated. It is mainly ground dwellers who make up Dino's kind. Those who live in the water or take to the sky are rare. We cannot see the world the way they do so. It pains me to see them left alone because of the difference in shape or in size. By the way, Mash, have you been in communication with the Storm Warder? We were disconnected 48 hours ago. Apparently there's a malfunction in the comms equipment. Then you've been without update, I see. Shouldn't you be more worried about the border rather than one servant? While the Cadet staff are experienced, this is Mictlan, a Lostbelt opposing proper human history. Worst case scenario, we will be too late to save them. Humans are not as sturdy as servants are. Let's hurry, Mash. Splendid, now that's settled. Prepare for battle. A swarm of flesh-eating bugs are attacking from the sky. It's amusing how dinos are herbivorous, but insects are not. The greatest cause for concern is that they are inflict fever on contact. True enough, those winged insects can momentarily penetrate a dino's bio-vibration and inject toxins through their mouth. While the toxins cause no cellular damage, they transmit neurological pain severe enough to knock you unconscious. One would need to take their own life to escape the agony. This is the 6th leading cause of death among dinos. No matter how weak a creature is, it means to feed on the strong. Haha, impressive. South America, the law of the jungle has turned on its head. What are you laughing for? What kind of bite can have pain so bad that it makes you want to die? Please, Yuki, drive them away. Mastery got really strong. Her first skill deals a lot of damage now. Damn it, second wave.
あまり悩ませない。楽しくなるでしょ。いい目を背けないで逃がすもの召し上げましょう。魔女ですの。光栄のさて、どこから潰したもの？宝具を。はい。パラドクサイルセット。内圧衝撃板装填します。内圧衝撃板装填します。暗きに示弾装填しました。ある。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを請います。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。照準ストライクウストストライク。無駄ですよ。やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんて。いつの世も反乱分子は物足りませんね。
I'm sorry everyone, I'm just no good at anything. Why are you upset about messing up during the scouting, Marine? This is a wild, sweltering land with bad visibility, plus we were attacked from the sky. It's no wonder you didn't notice them. Not even Mash or Tennis could pick them up. Yes sir, I didn't seem to take insects. We fought as a threat. Please excuse me. That's not on you, Mash. Recon is there to pick up the stack for what machines overlook. You helped out lots. I have? Okay then, I'll keep going. Soon I'll be a real treasure hunter of South America. You should take proper rest beforehand, Marine. Traversing the jungle is dangerous at night. The Kodo can approach faster than you can perceive. The Cape Kodo has camouflage you may walk right up to. And there are carnivorous insects we encounter, as well as original dinos lurking in the way. Sleep until the sun comes, and move with the sun. That is the golden rule of Mictlan. Yes sir, then I'll take the first watch. That will be necessary, Marine. The battle before you show which frequencies the insect dislike, so the insect repellent boundaries are all set. Plus the ordnance can detect the approach of a hostile wildlife. Everyone can rest easy tonight. Okay then, I'll get my sleeping bag. I love the feeling of being wrapped up. Driving insect off with repulsive noise, countermeasuring, realizing insects. Marvelous. So this is how the humanity of proper human history collects the missing pieces of the world. Humanity turning over stones that don't need to be turned over for their continued evolution that has made humanity the very embodiment of reaping what you sow. Nuclear fission is the best example of this. For the sake of collecting energy, they handle and the process substance hazardous to their kind. Humanity's roadmap of technology development has often taken similar troublesome diversions. No spectacle statement would undergo fission testing without first establishing a mean to dispose of hazardous material. And yet, humans of proper human history always chase after the maximum benefit. They're too clever for their own good. I wonder who first said that. In any case, Tepu, don't praise proper human history too highly. If they could achieve a breakthrough in clean energy such as a stable nuclear fusion, then I would glad to recognize them as an honorary space humanoid life. May I ask a question? I just been very curious about this the whole time. Why are you the president of Earth, you? I don't mean what the position is about, I just mean why do you want to be president? Look Mash, I can't be bothered to address every obvious question. Why do you want to be president? Why do I feel like you're making fun of me? Fine, it doesn't matter, answering questions is one duty of a president after all. I have heard the screams of this planet and have arrived from a whole planet. As the planet was what called for my arrival, I have no interest in taking it into my possession. To that end, I have no plans to style myself as a king, such as that Kalamazot's. What I should be doing is cultivating and guiding the prevalent beings on this planet. Equal governance, impartial history. I want to create a world where all races and ideology accept one another. Therefore, a president. One who oversees you, one who represents you, one who celebrates your accomplishment. That is what I feel like I want it to be. I'm just in a condition where I can't specifically recall the actual plan or reason. Anyway, where I'm concerned, that's what it means to rule. For that reason, yes, for that reason, it's imperative. Once and for all must return to a clean slate of the most foolish humans. Director Ogamori. Again, who is this director? You people, whether it's here or the palace, how much nonsense must you? No, didn't we meet for the first time in the caves? What am I talking about a palace for? No matter. For those of you with trouble remembering, let me restate things more simply. I have come to right this planet wrongs and eradicate its evil, a leader for foolish humanity and its mighty sovereignty. That is who I am, Ultra Ogamari. I trust that satisfies you. But if humanity is so foolish, why do you care so much? When there are better sapiens out in the universe, you want to say, hey, observe. I never said foolishness was necessarily a bad thing, and it's not just humanity that's foolish. Sapient beings are all foolish to their core, wouldn't you agree? So thanks to that mistakes, we perpetrate that the cosmos needs renewal. Or did I sound haughty stating that? How long will it take for my body to work as intended? Human output organ, reduce it to 4%. Main information processing function has completely crashed it. In this state, I couldn't handle a secretary job, much less the president to begin with. I should be asking, what am I even? Berserker. Great Plains as far as the eye can see. I'm shocked. I haven't imagined there'd be a plain like this in Mictlan. I had pegged as a world composed of rugged mountains and rainforests. The sun's as harsh as ever, but the breeze sure feels good. Let's hurry, the storm border should have crashed, landed in the sea of trees beyond this plain. Whom it is bad news. Friends have an unfortunate announcement and a recommendation to make. I'm sorry I spoke up too late. You will soon be forced to engage in combat. Please prepare accordingly. Tepu. You dared to cross these plains shamelessly, Okalame. We'll give you no quarter. Bring along an irrational dino won't be enough to fool us. The Dinosaur King has decreed that we are to attack anyone who attempts to cross these plains, even if they themselves are dinos. To put it in words, you Okalame will understand you're about to be in a world of hurt. How to fight dinosaurs.
いいでしょう。身の毛もよだつ殺戮とどうぞごゆっくり。はち切れそうでしょ。お参りしておきます。日向の火薬の日向の火薬の匂い。シェルターでした。眠ってこの私が何を今さら食いるというのか。森は燃え地は砕く。その上で無自覚ならばあまはれぬ。軍人のごときで我が炎に帰るがよい。ちょっと味の多かった20。
More of them?
どうぞごゆっくり。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。シェルター眠って。かしこんかしこん。恐れ多くはイザナギの国づくりの大剣の。これが私のつぶした大ドライブ。落石注意。怒りすぎません。ここまでよくこらえました。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。眠ってこの私がちょっと味を怒りすぎません。人間の火力ではどうあっても私には及びません。おとなしく我が社に入。
What's going on? Why are they so tough? These Okalame are using weapons I've never seen before. I'm next, no me. Let me take a shot at them. Out of my way, I'll take them down. We are completely surrounded and this is getting out of control. What are you doing, you? Help us out here. Give them a good thrashing. I can't deal with dinos. If it were just one or two, maybe, but this is making me curl into a ball. Retreat! See? Don't give me a stat. Is this some kind of checkpoint? We can't get through here. So it seems warrior dinos were stationed at regular intervals. They appear to be on guard against Okalame coming up from the lower levels. The state of trees is one thing, but it's simply impossible to hide from them in the plains. There won't be any reasoning with them either. Dinos who take such a role extremely stubborn, serious, and they never deviate from the task. Negotiating with them is pointless. Forcing our way through will be a painful experience. They really have something for pain, don't they? Pain is one of the few stimuli for us dinos. It's only natural that such a thing would become their catchphrase. Therefore, let us exchange a route. My suggestion would be to return to the road and head for Chichen Itza. If the Dinosaur King has decreed it so, then we have no other choice but to seek permission to pass. Oh, would Chichen Itza be those ruins we saw in the distance earlier this morning? Yes, the only collective residence for dinos, and the only holy site protecting the sun, Mictlan. The resting place of Kukulin, doctrine of the sun, whom you referred as to God. More dinosaurs. Welcome friends, we have arrived in the city of the dinos. We built upon the ruins of a city that once existed long ago while making some spot improvements. So you may find buildings and household essential to a tad bit large. You call this a tad bit? It's practically a double size of what humans would build. As far as I'm concerned, this is a city for giants. I can't climb the damn steps even if I float. 1 meter is as high as I can go. Shh, that means I gotta go back to the Black Bear in Ortinus. And here I was looking forward to my first Lostbelt sightseeing. Please rest assured, Habitrot, you can take a ride on my shoulders if need be. Or would you like me to host you up instead? More apparently, don't you look way too outlandish? I'll get you for this, Rasputin. Are you my disguise to your liking? It's obvious that humans entering the dino cities will result in the same outcome we face back in the on the plains. So with the use of unfamiliar magecraft, with the use of a sacrament, I was able to disguise Yuki and Mash as dinos. Not to worry, they only appear to be that way. We consider a form of augmented reality. Thanks to that, we were able to enter the JP-rKyECtnz without a hitch. Protocol to me really helped us out with those unexpected skills of his, senpai. Roar. While I understand that you're in high spirits, do stick to speaking the human tongue. After all, you won't attract any undue attention from the dinos even if you speak our language. Too bad Ultra Olga Murray Marine aren't here with us. Yes, as for Director Olga, no, as for Ultra Olga Murray. As if I ever disguised myself as a lizard. I'll camp here instead of an embassy. Brother, you'll be staying behind too, won't you? I'm afraid I cannot. I am too interested in the JP-rKyECtnz. I will be bringing back souvenirs. So I must ask that you forgive my delicacy on this occasion when you prefer food or handicraft. Are you really my butler? Aren't you way too free-spirited? I'll be tagging along in spirit form, so I won't be needing Rasputin disguises. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. I mean, there were no jungles back in the Fairy Kingdom. I'm already excited to see what kind of elementals are out there. So Miss Yu is the only way who can we stay behind then. I doubt she would be needing a disguise, but it is what it is. Really, then I will stay behind you because I don't want to leave you alone. Having said that, our objective is merely to rend the vessels with the storm border. We're just going to requesting patches, so I doubt we'll be making the two of them wait out there for long. Well, I guess you got a point. Sorry, Lostbelt sightseeing. I was putting it too lightly. But this JP-rKyECtnz place sure is more vibrant than I expected. How large is its population? There were about 2,000 of us back when I was out here, but thanks to Oklahoma Dinos hunts, Thanatos from all across Mictlan are assembling here. From what I can tell, there are about 2,400 of us here now. There's only about an increase of 400. Since Crypto showed up in Mexico City, city of Okalemias was built, and the Okalemias slaughtered the rest of the dinos. I'm sure there are some hiding out in the jungle too. But the remaining dinos in Mictlan are on the verge of extinction. Well, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that we are going extinct. Since they prefer to hunt our females, there'll be no next generation for us. And even if their birth does come to pass, their chances to survive afterwards are despairingly low, because Mictlan is about to come to an end soon. Are you referring to the fact that we're here to fill the fantasy tree? Indeed, I suppose that is yet another ending. Please don't fret about Mashiki. You need only to make decisions that are essential to your survival. We will merely think about our remaining present. Tipu, would you mind if I ask you a few questions? I see there is a few stalls out on Main Street, but what exactly are they? If you're conducting business, then does that imply that the concept of money exists as part of your lives? Oh, money, yes, the proper human history invention. We have no such concept. We are just laying out things we need over there. You're free to take anything you want, as much as you want. The lone dinos installed there for our safety. Dinos tend to vary depending on the individual. The nourished one dinos may poison another. Dinos with good grasp on such things are in charge of offering advice at these stalls. Why do you not have a concept of money? I suppose that's the difference between humans and dinos. Humans always seem to be hungry. Not only for nutrition required to keep our bodies moving, I'm also referring to the happiness that keeps our spirit fulfilled. Seeking to possess that which is superior to what others possess, to possess more than others. It is a hunger that drove humans to invent more efficient methods of acquiring wealth. Money may be the lifeblood that flows through human society, but that is only because we are limited in what we can accomplish as individuals. Life form blessed with strong bodies and a calm spirit, such as the dinos, lack nothing when it comes to survival. But they do lack concept of competition. For them, everyone is an equal and a dear friend. Correct. Conflicts do not occur between dinos. Unlike proper human history, there is no such thing as racial difference either. Oh, but there is this ceremony contest known as Sokur, but that is to a peaceful affair. Sokur. It's much the same thing as your priest's prayer. We give our thanks to the radiance of the sun and pray for its sojourn. The sojourn of the sun, so Tipu. Here's my second question. That building at the far end of the city, that Central American pyramid, is that the altar where the king lives? There's a building much like that one in the proper human history too, the only difference being... I assume you mean the one that ore jutting out from the summit of the altar. It looks just like a jade crystal. I see, the altar of the sun exists in proper human history as well. So the idea of drawing closer to the heavens is one we both share. That there is a reason Chichen Itza is consecrated ground. It is where the sun begins and ends. The solar linearity. The sun in proper human history is situated in outer space, and the earth revolves around it, correct? However, here in Mictlan, there is no outer space, and the sun lies within. According to proper human history, the sun, Mictlan, would be considered an artificial created miniature sun. The sun begins in a journey at Chichen Itza and moves down to the 9th layer before returning here. You could call that altar the home of the sun. It encloses the sun upon its return, bestows vitality upon it, and then sends it off again. That's how the Mictlan sun works. Did you get all that? I see, so Mictlan's gravity is oriented towards the surface, towards the world outside. I've been wondering how the sun was able to float in an environment like that. So the sun itself is a super ancient relic independent of the laws of Mictlan. You're probably right, though I do have one correction to make. The pose jutting out into sky are not ore. It's a vegetation note, with the shine you see coming from its recent. The cosmic tree implying Mictlan, that altar is its summit. I assume that's it for questions. Shall we make our way to the altar? From what I heard, the dinosaur king can be difficult, but as we are fellow dinos, I'm sure he'll come around if we just talk to him. That'd be great, but would he really allow us to have an audience with him that easily? But truth be told, I was once a priest at JP-rKyECtnz. I departed the city prior to the Dinosaur King advent, so I have not met him in person. But I still have a track record of having served to that point. In connection, shall we say. And it's not as we ever had domains or borders in the first place. In addition, we are free to go wherever we please, just like a sun that traverses the world. Tipu, you got some fixed skills coming back here. Shoot, go back to and die, you button-nose of maze. Just who let a deviant like you approach the whole grounds of the solar inerrancy? And who are those dinos younglings behind you? Girls, such honest looking graceful figures. Are you here to brag about your disciples? How vexing. They are my teachers, not my disciples. There's much more I can learn from them. That aside, I'm glad to see you're doing well, Priest of Fuku. I would like to request an audience with the Dinosaur King. Could that be arranged? Of course that can't be arranged. The king is too busy dealing with Okolimi. In seclusion, you're obviously not in the loop, but those Okolimi are brutal creatures called humans. Faced with the extinction of the dinos, the king chose to barricade the Great Plains and commit to an all-out war. JP-rKyECtnz has no place for a gutless wretch like you. Leave it at once. No, my house should still be here in JP-rKyECtnz. After all, I built it myself. That's not what I'm talking about. Fighters, come forth. Drive this shameless dino out. An audience with the Dinosaur King is absolutely out of the question. See? Some connection those were. With all due respect, Tipu, you don't appear to be in the greatest standings with this Bukup fellow. Yes, Bukup despises me as if it was spoiled corn, and he has often sent assassins after me. I didn't imagine he would have made head priest steer me. I had forgotten to congratulate him. So this person who hates Tipu is a head priest, which means we can rule out a straightforward audience with the Dinosaur King. More important, he might see Mash and Yuki spaces too. Even if we seek an audience on our own, we might be rejected being Tipu's associates. Have a chart on Domishment cutscene. We don't have a choice. I believe we should switch trackers. Since Tipu connections turned out to be a dud, we gotta find a different approach. We'll have to find allies within JP-rKyECtnz and somehow meet with the Dinosaur King some other way. Nod. I concur, this is not a problem we can solve overnight. In which case, we will require a place to settle down. Are there any combo facilities in JP-rKyECtnz for outsiders to use Tipu? If that's the problem, why don't we use my house? It should be still standing. It's a very secluded area off the main street, so you can freely discuss matters related to the proper human history too. Or let's call you and Marine over too. It's them your dinos. It's best if you stay together as much as possible. And this should be the last part. Nice work, everyone. I sat close to you, and somehow they let me into the city. That was because they recognized you as my accessory. If you get killers and wander off, you'll probably be recognized as part of a separate party. Anyway, good work at the meeting, but it looks like it was yet another pointless distraction. Your audience with the Dinosaur King was rejected, so I suppose I would turn away anyone without an appointment as well. Well then, there's only one thing left to do. Can I go blow up their altar now? If the resident has been strayed, they'll come out to talk no matter who we are. There is no need to go that far, my lady. That would cause a diplomatic incident. It simply proves that Tipu is not very popular at the moment. We may have other options available to us. Yes, let's discuss our options tonight at Tipu's house. Then gather more information in town tomorrow. Find if that guy's what you want. Show us to your residence, Tipu. We'll hear all the details there. That sounds splendid. I have been away from home for some time, so it may need some tidying up. I can say with confidence that is one of the most desirable plots in all of Chichen-Itza. It may be a bit large for you all, but I can promise you a good night's sleep. I kinda expected this. I guess the weeds have a habit of growing over everything. It's a marvel of nature. It seems the anguish of the gardener is shared by those living in proper history in Lostbelt. My mind spot of weeding and pest control. Hey, thanks a lot, Tipu.
少し肩をほぐすだけ。お前たちのためではない。お参りしていきますこのはあくまで華麗にひょいひょいひょいじゅわっ動かない無駄ですよこのちゃんといいでしょう動かないでギャラクシーひょいひょいひょいこの星を滑る演説の時言うことがあるでしょお参りしていきます好き放題扱ってあげましょう火薬の匂いちゃんとあの辺りねははははキラッキラにしてあげる演説中よ静かになさいあくまでちゃんと指導してコッパ20じゃじゃこのちゃんと指導して身の程を知れギャラクシー動かないで演説の時来たわねアクピーでいいでしょひょいひょいひょい許しませんコッパ20無駄ですよ言うことがあるでしょ演説の時来たわねお参りしていきますああもうちゃんと指導して知っているかしらじゃあ当てるわ当たって1兆分の1になる無駄ですよこの拍手は必要ないわ私への信頼と尊敬は今後の行動で示しなさい
Is this a pirate idea? My house looks completely run down, but now is like brand new. Calling it that might be going a bit too far, but I'm happy to have helped clean it up. But this time it wasn't just due to Senpai and myself. If it's cleaning you want, I'm your man. I'm the marine who keeps the engine room sparkling clean too. Tidying up kitchens is my specialty. Cleanliness is next to godliness after all. Marine water cooker to me make for quite the combination. I can't believe Kotomini wears a mask while cleaning. I cannot thank you enough. I've tried to reach every nook and cranny, but as you might imagine, it is rather difficult with a body like this. JP-rKyECtnz is located in ancient ruins after all, so cleaning is a bit rough task here. Dinos tend to be naturalists, so it isn't a problem, but it does bother me when dirt collects in the corners like this. I decided I would rather live in the wild than have worry about such untidy home. So we went to live in that cave. It was awfully far away from the town. Well, I wanted to be away from the nature-loving dinos, for my own reasons. More importantly, can you please tell me once more a proper human history, Mash and Yuki? You had mentioned there was a JP-rKyECtnz in your world as well. What kind of town and civilization was it? Okay, I'm no expert, but I'll tell you what I know. JP-rKyECtnz was a town located in Yucatan Peninsula in Central America, built by the Mayan civilization. The Mayan civilization continued from 16,000 through 900 BCE. In their history, the period from before 6000 BC to 250 CE is considered the pre-classic era, while the classic era lasted from 250 to 900 CE. And after post-classic era lasted from 900 CE to the first half of the 16th century. It is believed each era was characterized by both prosperity and disaster. JP-rKyECtnz in particular was built by the Itza people during the post-classic era. It said that Itza were outsiders or descended from those who escaped from the fall of Central Maya. And they eventually settled at a land with a fertile cenote, which they named after the mouth of the spring, the people of Itza. The central religious figure of the city was Wulan, the god of wind and water. The same god who eventually be worshipped as Quetzalcoatl by the Aztecs. Quetzalcoatl too. Wulan. So they exist in proper human history too. No, it only makes sense they would. And yet the Mayans of proper human history fell into ruin, despite clearly being blessed by their god. That yes, they did. When the Mayan civilization declined, the gods vanished, and Central America entered the Age of Man. Their civilization was said to be of the Mayans, but it originally arose from multiple different tribes and clans. The local descendant called themselves the Tutoshuku-in-Kichi. The prevailing theory is that the name Maya was later taken from the existence of the city-state Mayapan. There were between 60 to 70 disparate states during the classic era. But after destruction, the Mayans continued to establish a number of cultures and history well into the post-classic era. They were considered to be both physically and mentally superior to the standards of the rest of the world at that time. The city-state of Copan, Tikal, Calakmul, and Polaku competed and cooperated with each other and proposed it together. They pioneered in the fields of writing, astronomy, and architecture, built the pyramids at El Mirador, the observatory at El Caracol, observed the movement of the stars in great detail, allowed for the people to manage their lives in an ordinary manner, and led to the creation of 2 calendars. There was never a united Mayan dynasty, but the kings of the various city-states cooperated in league with each other. However, the progress of technology is not something that occurs solely through the result of human effort. The local environment is also a factor, chiefly through possible agriculture, available minerals, and the climate. The harsh local Central America made the Mayans people strong and led to formation of rich, strong mythology, but their weapons and tools were lacking. There was no way they could make advancement in such an environment. The Aztec civilization that flourished the Mexican plateau after mainstream Central American culture moved away from the Yucatan Peninsula. The same was true for them as well. For weapons, they relied on spear, bow, and arrow, and the mokahoti, a kind sort of obsidian embedded along the edge. Firearms were never invented. They never arrived at the concept of the mounted cavalry. In both technology and tactics, you could say the Central American way of war was drastically inferior to their European counterparts. And then, the Aztec civilization, the successor to the Maya, were destroyed in the first half of the 16th century at the height of their prosperity. Not by interference of warfare, but a conqueror from afar, humans who came from another continent across the ocean. To come from another continent, what do you mean by that? It was a man named Hernan Cortes from a country known as Spain. He landed in Central America with a small number of companions and eventually came to occupy the Aztec capitals of Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma II, the Aztec king at the time, was killed amidst of the chaos, and Cortes and his Spaniards waged a war on the Aztecs, destroying them. As a result of this, the land of Aztec became a Spanish territory and was renamed to Mexico. Yes, it's hard to believe the entire Aztec kingdom, numbering in hundreds of thousands, was destroyed by a small Spanish raiding party of less than 500. There's a legend among the Aztec. After being defeated by the evil god Tezcatlipoca, the good god Quetzalcoatl vanished from the surface of the earth. He promised to return from the northeast, that he would bring glory to the Aztec once more. The age of God has already given up the age of men, but this legend of Quetzalcoatl was still widespread. It was said he took the form of a man with white skin and a dark beard. Being a Spaniard, Hernan Cortes bore both of these traits. King Moctezuma thought that he was the second coming of Quetzalcoatl and invited Cortes into his castle as a guest, treating an invader from their land as a visitor. Good and evil, creation and destruction. The sun and night sky, the domains of God, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca. And yet the relationship between these two deities was not so simple. Yes, I would like to return to the topic of their relationship at some point later. Anyway, Hernan Cortes used the Aztec legends of Quetzalcoatl to his advantage. He drew in the surrounding tribes that were hostile to Aztec Empire and gained total control of the royal city despite their inferior numbers. Aztec Empire, but you said previously they were just a kingdom. I did. The central Mexican plateau of the time was home to multiple states at the time. The Aztec had established a strong empire through their alliance with two other states, Texcoco and Tlacopan, and that is how they ruled over the surrounding other tribes. In the seaside capital of Tenochtitlan, over 50 human sacrifices were made daily to the two gods. It is said they were performed for Tlaloc, the god of rain, and Huitzilopochtli, the tribal god. The Aztec waged numerous wars against their neighbor city-states. And with their overwhelming military power, they were able to capture many people to serve as both slave labor and human sacrifice. No wonder there's so much resentment. Yes, the Aztec Empire at the height of power was in fact built on hatred. The conqueror, Hernan Cortes, was not the sole architect of their downfall. It was also because of a revolt by long-suffering rival tribes. The Spaniards had both firearms and cavalry and were overwhelmed victorious on the open plains. But their chance of victory in the dense jungle were nil. They were simply outnumbered. Cortes was wise enough to not fight against such overwhelming odds. He was able to recruit the other tribes by proposing to overthrow the Aztec Empire. He also spread the rumor of the return of the god Quetzalcoatl. He restored the majestic gates of Tenochtitlan, arrested King Moctezuma II, and occupied the capital. This Aztec Empire was brought down by the anger of the surrounding tribes and the greed of the Spanish. The mighty Aztec who built the grand seaside city of Tenochtitlan, a world wonder, simply collapsed from within before they could wage a proper war. If Moctezuma II had not believed in the legends of the Quetzalcoatl, perhaps he would not be able to accepting of the outside world, and the history of Central America may have been very different. Yeah, that's why they call Moctezuma II the king who put an end to the Aztecs. He was held responsible for welcoming conquerors from afar as a return of the gods. In the end, he was killed not by the Spaniards, but by the people who living in Tenochtitlan. Freed by the Spaniards, King Moctezuma was stoned to death by the nobles and citizens. The immortal version of the story, however, is also seen as a claim by the Spanish side, who want to seem like a regicide was once a crime they would never commit. As a short bit, this is as much as I can tell about the history of Central and South America. I take it this was informative. Yes, by firearms you mean the tools that the Okolome use. Conquerors from the outside world, the suppression and slaughter of local tribes with firearms. This is identical to Mictlan's current state. So the deed of Crater David or reenactment of Hermit Cortes. I am not casting blame at all. Now I simply mean to say, yes, I only wonder about the similarities. Our golden sun in Chichen Itza and Kukulkan, doctor in the sun, proper human history altar city of Chichen Itza and Kukulkan, god of wind and water. The subterranean world of Mictlan's where we live, in your underworld of Mictlan. As I mentioned in Mazefield, we dinos had no concept of as gods. The world was brought to Mictlan with the arrival of Crater David. Our doctor Reign of the Sun, Kukulkan, came to be called a god because of that introduction. And now the notion of God fits perfectly well. It's not a matter which can be called true and which can be called false. Thanks to new views and new knowledge, what has been there before has been replaced by what was not here before. It's almost a stimulating story about what I am not so clear on in some places. Next, regarding the gods of proper human history. I should like to hear more about Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl, but the hour grows late. That was a fish for tonight. I shall show you to your beds. One question before that. Tipo, it's clear to see that the Chichen Itza was not made for the dinos. If anything, this way of life is more based around our humanity of proper history. Then who was it that built the city? The dinosaur king by the way of the dinos? The dinosaur king is a recent revival, and I should think he has nothing to do with Chichen Itza. Kukulkan is the one who constructed Chichen Itza. It said that the sun god Kukulkan built the city in order to govern in Mictlan. Oh, that was so long. I see you finish it. There's 5 people right now. . . 。  . 。 . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . There's no one else, damn it. Poor Priscilla. Yep. No point. Good night.